Yes, so good morning, everyone. This is and welcome to the Online Citizens live coverage of the Singapore's General Election 2025. I'm Terry Shi and Chief Editor of the Online Citizen, and thank you for joining us on this historic day. So, for this election, we are doing something that we have never done before, which is running a full day live coverage of the general elections across from nomination day till the cooling off day. So with real-time interviews conducted by our hosts and also on the ground updates across the islands. So we are live streaming on Facebook, YouTube, X, Instagram, Telegram. So no matter where you are, you can stay informed and connect with us. We also have got our volunteer reporters on the ground, many of them streaming now live from nomination centers. And but however, since we are running this on a shoestring budget, and then TOC being hit by a POFMA declared online location restriction, we have to rely entirely on the passion and dedication of our volunteers in Singapore. So do bear with us on the audio and video quality on this from our live feed. And joining us today on our live election coverage is again Dr. Tan Bin Jin. Let me see. Dr. Tan Bin Jin, Managing Director of New Narrative. And also, this marks the third general election that we have worked together. And also, for the first time, we're joined by Sean Francis Han, former Editor-in-Chief of Wake Up Singapore, bringing his insights to the table. So we are now expecting the candidates to walk into the nomination centers starting from 10 a.m. And while we wait, right, maybe can we invite PJ and Sean to share what's your thought about the general election so far, and especially do you expect the election to actually start so early? Oh, sorry. My bad. Yeah, my bad.
Hello, everyone. It's good to be back, Terry. It's good to be working with you again.
Yeah.
With as Terry says, the third election, we're working together. I still have fond memories of 2015, the two of us in that little office
Yeah.
in Mid-View City in Sin Ming, just rushing to put together clips late at
Rushing.
night.
Yep. 2015.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. We were trying to cover the previous day and ended up usually getting the clip out by the morning of the third day because it was just the two of us struggling, in that little room. So how far we've come, and yet how far we have not come because Singapore's elections haven't really changed. We already know who's going to win. We already know they're going to win really, really big. I think every 5 years we see the same thing, a lot of enthusiasm, a sudden burst of interest among the public. But the problem is the election outcome is predetermined because this is not a free or a fair election, as we all know, as said again and again. And as Leong Man Wai actually brought up in Parliament, so I appreciate that the PSP have really tried to push this. And this is not any sort of accurate reflection of what Singaporeans think or feel. I can talk about some academic research on that later if you're like. But I think what it is important that we don't lose ourselves in cynicism, as I'm trying very hard not to. I do think that there are some opportunities for change. We've seen what good opposition, strong, passionate people in parliament can do. I really like what the Workers' Party and the PSP have managed to achieve despite very few resources. In the past few years, we are seeing spaces open up. So we have to keep trying for a more democratic Singapore. And I think the first step is electing good people into parliament. And that happens starting today.
Yep. Sorry, Francis, could you chime in on your side?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So, I mean, I think that the lead up to the election already has been pretty interesting, pretty insightful, right? We've had a lot of, we did that little podcast on the electoral boundaries, right? But yes, I think, as always, the elections are a very, very exciting time. This is the period where, yeah, there is a surge of excitement and a surge of interest in local politics. And it's always wonderful, I think, to kind of see Singaporeans coming together, really thinking through and thinking about the kind of future that we're looking for in this country. Engaging in dialogue and discourse on what we'd like to see, how we should head forward into the future, right? And of course, these are very interesting and very uncertain times. But yes, I think today is going to be a very, very exciting day. We still have yet to see exactly the full roster, particularly from the incumbent, the PAP, as well as some choice positions, right, that the WP will be fielding, right? So I think that will be very interesting. That will set up the stakes, that will set up structure of the contest, right? And of course, we're going into this election, I think, in the wake of increasing government censorship, increasing use of POFMAs, as well as in the wake of the WP, Pritam and Raisa issue, right? So this will kind of be an interesting referendum on how Singaporeans have reacted to, the increasing government censorship, as well as the difficulties and the issues that have faced the WP, right? And I think, of course, with every election also, it's a very interesting chance for us to kind of see where sort of young voters, or this, if we can call it, right, a new generation of voters coming in, how will they shape not just the vote, right, but as well the discourse as well that emerges in any, of course, electoral cycle. Yeah, so I'm very, very excited. This is day 0, right? So it all begins here. It all begins right now.
Yes, I was trying to turn on the TikTok. I think it's a bit hard. Yeah. So now let's turn to the nomination centers that we have. Wait, let me see. We have Honghua, we have Nanhua. Basically, we only have like 6 sites. Sorry. I believe Williamson from Potong Pasir has actually entered the center already. We are still observing and waiting to see. Okay, let me just zoom into this junior. Let's see. Oh, my. Junior. Junior Sean. I think. Okay, wait. I think the person's not really looking at the camera. So yeah. Okay. Going back. Let's go back. ESP.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, and that's it. We didn't really manage to hear what is being said. Too bad. So as we see, let me see. Oh, this guy need to be banned though.
What are we looking at, Terry? Maybe tell us what we're looking at.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't turn on that on. This is at 30. Oh. Sorry. I'm trying to turn on the mic. I think one of our cameramen actually have muted themselves, so I can't add them in.
Well, while Terry's trying to
Yeah.
figure it out, and
Yeah.
thank you for everyone for bearing with us.
Yeah.
Maybe we can talk about a bit about which candidates we're most excited to see.
Yep. PJ, let's hear from you first. Actually, I'm quite interested to hear sort of what you are most interested in seeing today.
I mean, I have made no secret of my support for Paul. So it's that's actually a very interesting contest because I didn't expect Liang Yinghua to run again because he has nose cancer. So I thought he'd be retiring, and the fact that A, they didn't touch the borders of Bukit Panjang, and B, they're running him against Paul again, makes me wonder, whether the PAP see him as a sacrificial lamb, and they're going to give Paul a chance, right? Now, maybe that's too generous. The PAP have never been very generative, cutthroat, ruthless party when it comes to elections. But that's the one contest I genuinely feel hopeful about. Of course, I don't know what the sentiment on the ground is. Maybe Liang Yinghua is really loved in Bukit Panjang. Maybe he's done a really good job there. I actually have no idea for that one. But the fact is, Singapore, around the world, everyone always complains, oh, we have no one to vote for. All the candidates are terrible. The candidates don't represent me, right? We see this whole thing around the world where people are really turned off by the mainstream candidates being put up. So they go to the extreme right, the extreme left, whatever. But Paul Tabaya, Singapore, you have a genuinely intelligent, world-respected specialist in infectious diseases. One of the nicest, kindest men I know. I have traveled around the world. I have worked in civil society and academia for decades. And I'm telling you, Paul is respected both as an academic, as a scientist, as a supporter of all sorts of important causes. He's a kind, he's intelligent, he's a great, great man. Just please elect him into parliament. Please, that's I'm just begging you, Singapore.
Yeah, I have to say.
Yeah, go ahead, Chan.
No, I have to say, in case anybody viewing, right, hasn't sort of seen it yet, right? Paul, if you look on YouTube, right, Paul Tambia has this wonderful short section, this short interview where he explains the party manifesto with this very interesting acronym, THRIVE, right? THRIVE. And so I think that's a wonderful way of presenting not only the manifesto really, but the candidates and what they stand for, right? So yes, I mean, I really echo that sentiment. I'm very, very excited to see how the fight shapes out with Paul Tambia. Of course, he lost very, very narrowly in the last election, so I think he's got a very, very interesting. He's got a very, very good shot this time around, right? So yeah.
we have candidates coming in
And
from
I'm truly happy.
the side.
Hi, Mr. Andy. How are you this morning?
Hi, good morning, everyone. We are feeling good, feeling excited. We are ready for the nomination.
What do you think are your chances standing against the heavyweight senior minister Lee?
Well, I think this is, I'm not able to answer you now. Yeah, we have to see if the nomination gets through successfully. Yeah.
How was it preparing the papers for nomination day today?
Well, we have done it before and we are doing it again. So it's not that difficult. Yeah.
Think about possible three-cornered fight here at Ang Mo Kio GRC.
Well, I heard Mr. Goh says that he will be here. And if he is here today, I would welcome him to put up his nomination papers as he preferred. Yeah.
Could you share with us who are you here with today?
I'm here with my team of assenters, proposers and seconders, and my volunteers and members. Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit more about how your team will work for Singapore and what they present to the voters?
Well, we'll be unveiling our manifesto this afternoon, right after the successful nomination. So we can speak about that later on. Yeah.
In Chinese, 你可以就是说一下，就是如果在这里面对三角战的话，你们的感想是什么？
我无法控制是否人民力量党会过来参选，可是要是他们成功提名，我欢迎他们过来挑战 BAP 和我们交战。
那您本身为什么会决议就是要来红帽桥这边竞选呢？
我本身在2020年的时候是红帽桥的候选人，所以我们就继续了我们走访的目标，然后在这一带为居民服务，我们想为居民服务，所以我们就继续了我们的志愿 vision， 然后直到今天我们来到了德义中学。
有什么话是想要对你们的支持者说的吗？
请继续支持我们，我们会为您付出，共同前进。谢谢。Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So that was SUP at for Ang Mo Kio GRC at Dei Secondary. Just now, right? We missed a segment which is Desmond Lee going into Nanhua Primary, if I'm not wrong, Nanhua School. Yeah, maybe we could just go over and then see whether or not. Yeah, so let's see. Nanhua, they were just doing this. Yeah, I think we just we missed the Nanhua side where Desmond Lee just came and went. There was no press. There was no press stop per se. We have Workers' Party. It seems like no, that's still SUP. My bad. Yeah, so Nanhua side, Desmond Lee has just arrived and then went to the nomination center. Yeah. So as we wait, what do you think about multi-corner fights?
Well, personally, people should be given the choice. That's the essence of democracy. I don't think anyone who wants to run, who believes that they can genuinely represent the people on the ground, represent the people in the constituency, should be prevented from running. But I know there's an attitude that just make it a straight fight between PAP and opposition, don't dilute, and I can understand that, right? Because you have this huge juggernaut, authoritarian juggernaut, and we want to give other people, the opposition as much chance as they can. And also Singaporeans have shown themselves to be pretty sophisticated voters. In the last election, there was sort of a clear two-tier class of opposition. There was the legitimate opposition, legitimate in the sense that they all got 40% of the vote, your Workers' Party, PSP, SDP sort of tier. And then you have the opposition that the voters weren't very interested in, many of whom lost their deposits, who's basically everyone else, right? So I think some of those parties are trying to, move out of that into the higher tier, but whether they'll be able to do so is hard to say, right? You need to demonstrate a lot more than having a few candidates. So to come back to this issue of multi-cornered fights, I think, we tend to think of it in this very narrow, very polarized PAP, not PAP sense, right? But the bigger problem is the electoral system, which we talked about in our podcast a few weeks ago, is really unrepresentative of the average Singaporean. And the whole system itself needs to be reformed. And we need to really think about how do we create an electoral system that actually ensures that all Singaporeans have a voice and a stake in the system, right? So multi-cornered fights and this desire to not have them is a symptom of a system that is not adequately representing Singaporeans, and that's the fundamental problem. So of course you can't solve that in time for this election. I don't know if we'll solve that in time for next election or any election, as long as the PAP stays in power, because a first past the post system benefits the PAP, right? It's part of how they make the election.
Right.
Yeah. But ultimately, my message to Singaporeans is, that I think that anyone who wants to run, they put out the deposit, and that's another issue. Deposit's way too high, right? But in other countries with first past the post system, you can see 10 candidates running in a constituency. It's not a problem. And some of these niche candidates bring up really important issues, right? Single issue or very local candidate who is running on a very local issue that resonates with the people. That's all fine, right? So if you're unhappy about it, the problem is the system. Don't blame the candidates. Don't blame the opposition parties. Think about the system and how we can do better in creating a system that actually represents Singaporeans. Yeah. Sean?
It's really so hard, isn't it? Because you only have 9 days, right? 9 days to present yourself to the electorate, especially if you're independent. You have no idea when the election is going to hold, how the boundary is going to be redrawn, and so as an independent, right, how you say example Queenstown SMC. I want to contest in Queenstown SMC. Can I campaign at the spot for 5 years so that I could stand in the next general election? No, because by the 5th year, when the election is called, that SMC might just dissolve into a GRC. So for all the complaints that people have about saying, oh, why all these people just come last minute, then by all means ask the government to announce the electoral boundary review much earlier, so that people could know, okay, where are they able to stand, where they have to go, rather than say, like, now what's the time period that we have. The time period we have is only 2 months. In fact, less than 2 months from the point of the EBRC report to the point in which the re-election is being called. So how is there enough time, right? Even for the established parties like Workers' Party or PSP, right, to look at where are the wards that they have to contest. So I think the kind of advantage that they have is really ridiculous. Okay, sorry. Let's go down to this. Wait, I'm having some lag.
Why were you fielded so late? I mean, you're not in the candidate announcement that WP put up for the past 4 or 5 days.
Careful, guys! It's wet. Careful. Come.
The puddle.
Keep to the side.
Keep your shoes dry.
Yeah, man.
Keep your shoes dry.
Yeah, be careful.
So we are seeing at 30 secondary representative for candidates for the Workers' Party. I think faces that we have not seen other than Mr. Tan, right? 30 secondaries region. Oh, yes, so that's that. We go back to. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so that was Workers' Party at 30 secondary, and so let me just double confirm. Well, that's the thing, hard, isn't it? Like, hey, do you know like how much money we spend for this? Like, I think less than $5,000. So like compare that with like Straits Times, who have like $125 million. Sorry, is that how much is that? I think $130. $900 million for over 5 years. To do this. This goes back to the asymmetrical nature of contestation in Singapore. Like, hey, worker PAP has like the PA has the various ministry, right, promoting their ministers, the ministers, their new candidates. How do you contest that? Really, how do you contest that? The sheer nature that they are still contesting, right? You have to respect their guts. Yes. Is there anything that's happening? No. Yeah, Sean. Anything to add? I need to do something there.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to echo your points as well as PJ's points, right? That, a lot of the problems that we see in Singapore politics are really structural and systemic issues, right? So I think it's no secret that I've complained about three-cornered fights, right? To come back to your earlier question, it's no secret that I've complained about three-corner fights, and I might not like some of the opposition who jump into these three-corner fights, right? Sure, right? But the real issue really is the structure and the system that's set up here, right? I mean, if what I want to just emphasize is that three-corner fights are not in themselves a bad thing, right? So you kind of you look at America, right? You have two dominant parties, but you also have things like the Libertarian Party and you have the Green Party, right? And they offer these interesting alternatives, and they feel these really wonderful and interesting candidates, right? So I think that let's keep our eyes, I think, on the real issue. I think everybody in this stream in general, right, has a sense and a feeling and a desire and a longing for a better, fairer, and more equitable system. Yes, we can have these disagreements with certain opposition candidates that we don't like, and maybe we can be critical as well about three-corner fights, and we can, be critical of the strategy of trying to jump into a three-corner fight. But I think let's, at the end of the day, not forget, right, that we're all on the same team here, we're all on the same side, and really what we are against or what we're opposed to is structural and systemic imbalances that have been set up and perpetuated by the ruling party. So, yes.
So just to note, right, there are 97 seats up for contestation in this general election, which is 10 5-man GRC, sorry, 10 5-man GRCs, 8 4-man GRCs, and 15 single seat constituencies. So that's 97, 4 more than what we had previously. Is it 4 more? I believe so. And yeah, despite having increased number of seats and 97 seats, right, we still have only 9 days, and the 9 days include today, today nomination day. So meaning they only have, frankly, 8.5 days to campaign. And it's quite baffling, isn't it? That we have the ministers moving around to different GRCs, like Indrani being moved out from Tanjong Pagar GRC over to Pasir Ris-Changi, and then you have Edwin Tong moving from Marina to East Coast. So what's it? What's your thought about PJ and Sean? Why are they moving on like this, as if the whole place is their playground?
Sean, you want to?
Well, I mean, it's anybody's guess, right? Why things are being shuffled around. I'm all right. I think with any political party wanting to move things around, wanting to shuffle things around. I don't think that that's like the biggest concern. I think the big concern is really what you mentioned just now, which is that the amount of time for campaigning is really far too short, right? And when people are moved around, then that makes things a whole lot more confusing and chaotic, right? Yeah, I'd like for there to be a much longer time in order, a much longer election cycle, right? In order for individuals and for the electorate to have time to really read the manifestos, let the ideas sink in, right? Really think about the contest that's in front of them, and allow the opposition as well as the ruling party to make their case, right? To really campaign on policies, on manifestos, on platforms, right? Rather than just slogans or pithy phrases to rile up or stir up the emotions, you know. So I really much prefer that longer election cycle. I'm not sure that the people moving around is the, I mean, of course it'd be great, right, for individuals to be able to sort of stay in an area, really get to know the residents and the particular needs of a GRC or SMC. I think that would be ideal. But then of course it goes back to this whole structural systemic problem of the electoral boundaries being redrawn really quite chaotically every 4 to 5 years. So yeah, I think the thing that PJ and I are always going to keep harping on is really structural and systemic issues, right? I think no individual no individual I think is worth sort of shining that spotlight and attacking, right? It's really a historical movement of injustice and inequality that we're trying to focus on here.
The just to chime in for a while, right? The Jeremy, what's the name? Jeremy, the independent candidate, has stepped into Kong Hua, so he's contesting, if I'm not wrong, Baomeitan SMC. Yeah, yeah. So PJ, please continue.
Yeah, I just want to say that, you know, all this shuffling around of ministers really shows how the PAP don't care about actually representing the people. Right? Because what's the point of the election is for people to elect representatives into the legislative body, which makes the rules, and then also has executives to run the government. So you're supposed to have genuine representatives of the people. And how that is supposed to work is someone comes to your area, gets to know the area, gets to know the people, so that they can then win the election and get into parliament to represent you, the people, in parliament. If you parachute in ministers or just new people just a day or two before the election or nomination day, right? Then how do they represent you? They have to spend the next year at least learning about the local area. They have to take time to get to know the people in order to represent them. So you can see, like, the PAP doesn't actually care about that. What it's doing is moving around its ministers like chess pieces. Okay, so we spread out our top ministers, our anchor ministers, so that we can win the GRCs. Because that's the point of the GRCs, right? Let's not forget, GRCs were created for two reasons. One, to enable the PAP to bring in as many as, I think the first GRCs has had as many as 6, right? 6 people in one fell swoop under an anchor minister. And the other was to create town councils to punish voters who voted against the government. It had nothing to do with race originally. The race thing was grafted on later after all these complaints about how ridiculous the scheme is. Okay? So it really shows, right? All this moving around ministers is a chess game to the PAP. Where can we move ministers? Who do we put where? What do we risk? Remember, 5 years ago, Heng Swee Kiat moved from Tampines to East Coast last minute. And then what has he done for East Coast? Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Terry.
No. You can continue. We are seeing it. Yusof Ishak would be, who's that? East Coast GRC, Pasir Ris GRC, Punggol GRC, Sengkang GRC. So I'm not sure who are we going to see here from Workers' Party. I think everyone is like really anxious to see what's inside. My bad.
Though, is that a bus? They chartered a bus. That's pretty impressive.
No, they do if they have enough people, because most party don't have enough people to justify that.
Well, yeah, that's why it's impressive. They have enough people to justify chartering a bus and discipline to organize it and get everyone show up on time to go to the nomination center together. It's very impressive.
All right.
Yeah, if anything, it's a great show of strength.
And this is why I think people have to realize opposition parties, right, cannot be seen as two equal. It cannot be just because they are alternate parties they are be seen as the same level playing field. Like example, can you look at NTUC income and Mama Shop as the same? Because this is how the mainstream media likes to paint the thing. Likes to paint the thing, saying why. Presenting them in such a manner like this alternative party is the same as the other. Let me just go back to the thing. Wait on. So we are still waiting. I don't think the members are there. It's only the volunteers going in, if I'm not wrong. Yusof Ishak is Aljunied. Yeah. Right, that's quite hard. Let's go back to nomination. Okay, Nanhua. Where else? Yeah. Well, it's. I think there are some more people coming up from there.
Yeah. So actually, PJ, I wanted to ask you, right? Are there any surprises today that we should be looking out for, right? I mean, I'm personally interested to see where Harpreet Singh is going, but I'm just curious as to.
So please continue to talk as we monitor what's happening at this what's that Yusof Ishak school. We don't know who's coming up, and think people are trying to anticipate what are the candidates, and exactly what Sean is actually saying, which is we don't know where Workers' Party is sending its candidates. I think PAP is also dying to know where they are sending their candidates. Will we see a repeat of the 201? Oh yeah, we see him. We see Harpreet Singh, Singh over here. Yusof Ishak, which is I'm not sure where he is sending. East Coast GRC, Pasir Ris-Changi GRC, but most likely if he's there, it should be Changi GRC. Hey, oh wait, I'm bad. I forgot to unmute this guy. It's too far from us. Our mic can't pick up. That's too bad. But he's going into Yusof Ishak, so we are hopefully looking at Harpreet Singh going into challenging those GRC, I suppose.
Should I say that? Yusof Ishak.
If I can say, Harpreet's a friend, and as a lawyer, he helped out New Narrative in our early days. And it's really great seeing this evolution, because in the early days when he first started Orden Chambers, or even before he started Orden Chambers, he was actually very scared. I think that, quite reasonably so, that if you step up and disagree with the government, the PAP, right, you put yourself in a lot of risk. And he was very scared, and we had one or two nice conversations, and I didn't think that he would come so far and brave stepping into politics, because 10 years ago he was very afraid of getting in trouble with the government, like most Singaporeans are. So he's come very far, found his courage, and I think the Workers' Party, of course, having that built up that machinery, really helps also for opposition politicians to be reassured. Yeah.
Let me see whether you can hear what's saying there.
We go back careers lah, yeah. Oh, it was quite tough actually, because the short time period that we have, and basically we are being quite pressed for the paper, so we don't really think that much time was given to many of our similar candidates throughout Singapore. Yeah. So of course, to be fair, elections have to give more time to widespread parties and people to prepare.
How is it going against
Oh no, we don't really go against, at least not for me. I mean, I always look forward to improving people's lives. That should be the main aim of what we're doing, right? If we are going on a campaign of, let's say, just because you don't like this particular party and then you go against them, that should be wrong. That's not the principle of how things should work, right? We must be positive and make a positive change and impact the people of Singapore.
Could you also share with us why did KR decide to, or like why did you come here specifically in this area?
Oh, okay. Actually, PRR long has taken the interest in the welfare of the people of town, right? And this time we decided to come here because we love the people of Yishun, right? They are Singaporeans just like everyone of us, and we're facing all the same set of problems and issues that certain current policies are brought about in Singapore. So of course, we must make an improvement. We must guide the government. Right? Yeah. So let's all do our part together, and even you reporters, right? I always welcome you guys, because you guys are doing your faithful duties, all right, and bring about positive change. So that is what I hope to see in Singaporeans here.
So who are you like? Where are you like?
Oh, I mean, I'm here, so obviously you should come. Maybe one man SMC, yeah.
In
Can you tell us
Chinese,
who's behind you and why do you bring them here?
Oh, they are our supporters, just like residents. They are residents of Yio Chu Kang. So we bring them here because they are centers, proposers, and the people of Yio Chu Kang generally from us. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you very much.
Hi, do my outside. Okay, thank you. Let me handle it. I'll do it first. Thank you.
So that's PPT. What's it? PPT and 30. So that's Ang Mo Kio GRC. This is William from People's Power Party. He's contesting for Ang Mo Kio GRC.
Have enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ang Mo Kio?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
So he's not giving much statement before he goes into the nomination center to have him self-assented. So let's go back. Yeah. And so we also just now miss the minister, health minister Ong Ye Kong, or former Ong Ye Kong, going into the nomination center along with his team candidate. I believe who's that? Polly Shan was also seen just now, so most likely Polly Shan will be going in to contest with Dr. Chi in a straight fight at the Sembawang West SMC. So
That'll be an interesting contest. Polly Shan.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually don't know much about Polly Shan. I mean, the problem with the PAP is backbenchers really don't matter. Sometimes I look up and some backbencher has said something, and it's printed in the press, and I'm like, who are you? What? Who? And especially there were so many first timers, and then now they're stepping down. So many first timers stepping down. So I don't have a good sense of Polly Shan. I think this actually will be a very interesting fight. I think Dr. Chi has a good chance, even though, of course, he's not walked the ground in Sembawang West. He was Bukit Batok. But this will be an interesting fight because it's not like he's up against someone with a huge national profile or a minister, So they could have tried to defeat Dr. Chi by putting in someone heavyweight against him, but they're not. And here, for whatever interesting reason, they're going with the person who represented that ward before. So I think that's shaping up to be an interesting fight. I'll be very interested to see how they present themselves. But if I can just also make a broader general comment, I think that one of the positives and benefits of how the PAP has ruthlessly attacked any sign of deviancy, for better or worse, right, has created what you've seen, a very polished group of opposition MPs, people who know what to say and who generally speak very well, right? So far, everyone seems to have not put a foot wrong. They know what to say. Oh, we're here for the people. We welcome anyone who wants to contest. Singaporeans first. Thank you very much. All of you in the press doing your job. And on the one hand, that's great. You uplift standards, right? You have politicians who are very polished. On the other hand, you've really ruthlessly stamped out anything interesting about politicians. And if you want politicians to represent the people, you can't only have these well-spoken upper middle class people, right? You've got to have politicians who represent the whole breadth of Singapore, right? Everyone who's got crazy ideas, people who might not be able to express themselves well, but who genuinely care. People with who are radicals, right? People who are arch conservatives, right? All of that has got to be represented. We can't leave those people behind either, and that's been kind of really stamped out of the system. In the UK, of course, quite famously, you've got the monster raving loony party,
Correct.
and they get hundreds of votes, right? What's his name, Lord Binhead, came very close actually to getting his deposit back, I think, at the last election.
Yeah.
And that represents a strand of Britishness. There's nothing more British than the monster raving loony party, right? So where's our creativity, right? So in a sense, actually, it's like a microcosm of Singapore as a whole. The PAP has ruthlessly stamped out entrepreneurism, and they've stamped out anyone who thinks differently. And so now politics, it's just, so you kind of get these identikit cookie cutter, usually like Chinese men saying the exact same thing. Is that really what we want from politics of all things, where you want the diversity represented? I think there's something we've really lost here.
Yeah, I have to say also, I kind of miss like the days of Chiam Sitong or Low Tia Kiang, right? That sort of that I don't know if I can call it that, like working class, gritty, hands up, combative. It was a wonderful breath of fresh air, and I do agree here, right? Like things do feel a bit too stale, a bit too polished, right? So maybe I'm hoping that maybe we'll see something different. If not in this election, then hopefully the next one.
I
Right?
don't know.
But
The moment someone's different, the PAP will the mainstream media will come in and go, see, this guy is crazy. And he represents all of the opposition. The moment you show the moment someone loses their temper on the campaign trail, the Straits Times is going to come in and go, see, this kind of irresponsible, crazy behaviors is typical of the opposition. That's why you shouldn't vote for any of them. But no. So politicians can't be human anymore. They have to be robots. It's a bit sad.
Yeah.
Nope.
But also, I think before anything else interesting happens, I'd like to invite everybody on the chat to put some comments or some questions up. Join in the discussion. This is, of course, a very exciting day. So be very, very excited to hear your thoughts.
Okay, so maybe we show this. So
Yeah.
who's that? Rain Chang say that, oh, I'm from Tampines GRC. We're gonna have a 3-corner fight. I feel disappointed. I believe Tampines GRC is gonna have a 4-corner fight, not a 3-corner fight. Yeah, NSP, PPP, Workers' Party, and PAP. But then right, one thing that we didn't cover is how Singaporeans has moved beyond like just like, being confused as in or who to vote for, because in the 2013 Punggol by-election, where Lily Lian won despite a 4-corner fight against Kobokun, against Kenneth Gerrymandering, and also Desmond Lee. So, and in fact, the 2 other opposition party or alternative party lost their deposit, and Lilian still won as a result. So let me just So that's a comment from one of the commenters from Facebook. Yes, is there anything?
I say, Ray, don't be worried. NSP and PPP are going to lose their deposit. People aren't going to vote for them. That's been the pattern in our by-elections for a decade or two now. People are very strategic about how they vote. Don't worry, Ray. Just vote for the party you want to vote for. Vote for the party that represents you the best. Don't worry about other people. But I can tell you, nobody's going to vote for. Gomeng Singh is running there, right?
Yes.
In Tampines. Yeah. I mean, what is up with that guy? Not only
I do suspect that Gomeng Singh is using the elections to sort of push this anti-queer, anti-vax agenda. So, yeah, I just hope that deposits are lost and lessons are learned.
Look, I mean, I literally just said we need interesting people, and maybe Gomeng Singh.
This
I
is
don't
so
know.
uninteresting. This is the most brain-dead conservatism.
Yeah, like for what? Why bash people, attack like minorities for what? And not only is it hateful, right? But you're fighting a culture war in the middle of a cost of living crisis, so you got no strategic mind whatsoever. Who on earth who cares about these sort of culture issues right now when no one has enough to eat?
Correct.
I don't understand this guy. Yeah, so don't worry, Ray. No one's going to vote for him.
You look at all of the major party manifestos. I'm talking SDP, WP, PSP, right? Look at the amazing economic policies that they put on there, right? They're talking about the WP has proposed a wealth tax, right? A 1% wealth tax on the wealthy, right? They're proposing either a halt on the on the GST, right, or some means of trying to roll back this regressive tax. I mean, look at the bread and butter economic policies, and then here you have a guy whose main platform is I don't like gay people and I don't like vaccines. Let's think about who really has the best interests of Singaporeans at heart here. Right? Also, yes, Yem Kadok says, I'm from Punggol GRC, don't really know who is contesting here. It seems, right, to my absolute delight that Harpreet Singh is going to be there. So I think you have a lot to look forward to. I really wish I was in your shoes. I'm in Jalan Besar. We're not expecting a good fight here, but it seems like your area will be the battleground of a very lively and exciting fight.
Do you think Pongo? You think Harpreet will run in Pongo? What makes you say that?
Because
Can
we
be
just.
Can be.
Sorry.
It should be East Coast, right?
Sorry.
Yeah. I think it's Yi Jianzhong in Pongo, right?
Marina. It should be Yi Jianzhong should be going back to his home ground, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he nearly won. He nearly won the what's that? It was that again. Nearly won the SMC and he got an NMP. Then the next year in 2015, the place was dissolved. So I and then in 2020 they went further and then still contested, but then again it still didn't do well. But of course now I personally believe that Workers' Party is going for all out this general election, where they are really taking up the East Front approach. I'm just not sure how many wards they are contesting. Like, are they going to contest Punggol GRC? Are they going to Pasir Ris-Changi GRC? This
I was supposed to keep the mic on.
Sorry, let me just turn it off. Yeah. Let's go to, who is this? You search out, hey, Evan Tong. So this is East Coast GRC. What do you think about Evan Tong going to East Coast GRC from Marina? Yeah.
You know, if I can say, I spent 6 hours with Edwin Tong at the select committee, watching him suck up to Shanmugam. And every time Shanmugam missed something, Edwin Tong would immediately be there, handing him a note, helping him. Edwin Tong, you know, just feels like he's trying to be Shanmugam's successor. And that seems to be his main characteristic. Like, who is going to take over as the PAP bad guy, hatchet man, after Shanmugam retires? Edwin Tong trying to line himself up by being Shanmugam's bag man. And I don't think that's going to be successful. You can't be someone else. Who is Edwin Tong? I don't get a sense after all these years. He's trying to do a poor imitation of Shanmugam and doing a very bad job of it. That's my impression of him. Of course, maybe his constituents have a better sense. But again, then this comes back to the problem. Why is he being parachuted into a different DRC? How can he genuinely represent the people there?
Are you part of the
Oh, hey, Heng Swee Kiat's there too.
Hey, yeah, where is Heng Swee Kiat contesting?
They have not announced where Heng Swee Kiat is running.
He's not going to this coast unless they are backing out.
Thank you.
Pasir Ris-Changi?
You think Heng Swee Kiat running Pasir Ris-Changi?
We have to see later on when they do their ascension.
Because Teo Chee Kiat stepping down, so someone else is. Who's anchoring Pasir Ris? Teo Chee Kiat gone. Did you see that comment on YouTube? Looks like Joseph Schooling is there.
Yeah, is he? Can we check that? Can we double check that? Is that true?
Did anyone see anyone on the ground in? That'd be hilarious.
Let me ask the person there whether.
So, well, if you're right, that's a good eye that you have there. That would be very interesting.
Yeah, Lynette Lee on YouTube. That'd be interesting. I first met Joseph Schooling when he was in primary 3. I was giving out the awards for ACJS, their annual swimming gala. So they invited me as guest of honor because I had just swapped the channel and stuff. So there was this little kid, and the principal said, "Hey, you got to watch this primary 3 kid. He's winning all the races. He swims your event, butterfly. He'll be really, really good." So when I was handing out the prizes, this little kid won all the primary 3 events, and then I handed it. He was very shy, tiny little kid. So I had no idea. Of course, he would go on to be our first
Gold
Olympic gold
medalist.
medal. Yeah. So this guy
so
on
we have another
Facebook is
comment
saying
here.
Joseph Schooling, is in a center for Edwin Tong.
Oh.
Which,
Oh wow.
Oh, so she's not contesting
really?
because the rumors is that he's contesting in this general election. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, if there's any time to get into politics, it's right when you're famous. It's
Yeah. When people remember you to
Yeah.
be a gold medalist, yeah.
yeah.
So we are still seeing. Oh, where was this? Oh, sorry. Thought he just went. McPherson. Yeah. Let's see. Which other sites do you think it's a close fight? We haven't talked about West Coast GRC. Do you think that the PSP would stand a higher chance in this, despite having Taman Jurong being carved into the West Coast GRC? Because people are saying that because of this carving out of this Taman Jurong, West Coast GRC stands a harder chance of being won by PSP.
That was the point of gerrymandering, right? That's the whole point of the EBRC. It basically made everything more difficult. Before the EBRC, I would have said, the Workers' Party in East Coast, the PSP West Coast, Bukit Batok, Bukit Panjang. But the whole point of gerrymandering is to make it hard for the opposition to win. So I think that's why I started with Paul, because Paul, his boundaries are unchanged. But everywhere else, either, as we talked about in the podcast, the central bit of Singapore with all the heavyweight ministers, of course, they didn't touch those, right? Because who's going to beat Lee Hsien Loong in Ang Mo Kio? You have your Tanjong Pagar, you have Ang Mo Kio, you have your Marsiling UT, you have Holland Bukit Timah barely changed, right? Ang Mo Kio, of course, you had Jalan Kayu carved out. Maybe as it turns out, so that Ng Chee Meng can run there, we don't know. Looks like it, right? But safe seats, unchanged. East and West, all change. And that's the point of gerrymandering. So, like this comment by Max Tan on Facebook, right? He's hoping some ministers will be voted out. I'm sorry, Max, it's not going to happen because gerrymandering, they know how people vote, and they have redrawn the boundaries to make the seats safe. And so I think it's Singaporeans have an uphill battle for genuine representation. I think there's a chance. Of course, there's a chance, especially with Man Wai and Tan Cheng Bock and Hazel Pua, right? The three people who already proven themselves in Parliament. I think there's a good chance. But it is an uphill battle. It is, I think, going to be very, very difficult. And I think we should not be disappointed if they don't win, because that's the point. That's why it was gerrymandered. Yeah, but I will be keeping my eye on it. I do hope.
And also, this is Tan Cheng Bock's last election, right? So I think this is really like the last chance to get him in. I really want to see the kind of questions and the kind of parliamentary debates that he will bring to the table. I mean, we've already seen such powerful and promising debates from Leong Man Wai. So I'd really like to see Tan Cheng Bock get in. Yeah. And it was so close. It was so close the last time. It was a nail biter. So I think that the hopes for Tan Cheng Bock are really, really high. Yeah.
To go in again as a different party.
So that was
someone joined Parliament in a different party since the Barisan, and only Cham Si Tong has changed parties and joined Parliament, right? Has anyone else ever successfully done that since 1968?
Sorry, can you repeat?
No, has anyone ever changed parties and then come back into Parliament? I think only Cham Si Tong.
Well, in the first place, we don't have much people from the alternate party winning in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Like Hazel Paul, no, Hazel Paul haven't won, yeah. So,
Yeah.
if Hazel Paul were to
She
won,
didn't win the first time.
yeah, she didn't win the first time, yeah. Sure. In fact, she was like from, she started with Reform Party, went to NSP, and then before going to PSP, yeah.
So we've got an earlier comment here by Malcolm Wong, right? He says, as an SME owner, we need better manpower policies that support SMEs at different stages of development, less slack for smaller SMEs. Current manpower mechanics favor larger SMEs because they have more quota, right? So I think, I think that we're really looking at some good manifestos from the WP and the SDP, right? Focused on trying to grow and nurture and support SMEs. So yeah, I think this is something that more people need to know about, right? That there are going to be individuals in the electorate who own SMEs, who work for SMEs, right? And I think that's really going to be an area that needs to be supported, right? Yeah.
So Malcolm, Terry, do you want to jump in? Otherwise, I've got a long explanation.
Yeah, so because PJ, you I think you did a such look on this before, where it's Singapore's economy is largely boosted by MNCs. Yeah, the SMEs, although they take up such a large segment of the working population, but then the money doesn't come from them. The money comes from the MNCs. So something's very wrong. Why is it our economy being pushed by MNCs and not the local companies? You tell me, after 60 years of nation building, we are still dependent on our colonial masters? It doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Exactly. I actually have a new episode of the show PJ Thumb coming out later today, where I talk about the economic model. But the short version is, Malcolm, that the PAP prioritizes economic growth. And the fastest way to get economic growth, right, to bring the GDP numbers up, is through more foreign investment and through the GLCs by boosting, their expenditure and their profits. So if you remember, our economy, right, is 50% from companies which are foreign owned, right? At least 50.1% foreign owned. So half our economy is foreign. And then another third are the GLCs. So when the government tries to do policies economically, who do they think about first? Who do they look at first, right? It's this 80% of the 85% of the economy comes from, these two sectors. And then the rest are SMEs, the rest are the rest of us. And so the PAP, not to say doesn't care, but from their frame of reference, which is GDP growth, right? And especially when, civil servant bonuses are also tied to GDP growth, they're going to look at GLCs first, MNCs first, foreign capital first, when it comes to, the policies that they want. And that's part of the problem. But another problem, right, is that the PAP always talks about entrepreneurship, and every report, right? You have your economic strategies, you have your Forward Singapore, our Singapore conversation, always talks about entrepreneurship. The problem with it is the PAP cannot tolerate entrepreneurship because entrepreneurship is rule breaking. Entrepreneurship is chaos. Entrepreneurship is failure, right? A Forbes study showed 9 out of 10 startups fail within 3 years, for example. So when it comes to supporting SMEs from the PAP's perspective as well, they're like, oh, it's a bad bet because if we support local small business, 90% of them will fail. Whereas MNC is too big to fail. If we give them money, we know that they will still be there, So no PAP politician and minister, right, is going to stick their neck out for small and medium enterprises because to them it's a bad bet, right? They are not going to reap the benefits of SMEs thriving in Singapore. Their criteria is GDP growth. Their criteria is overall wealth, right? And you look at these politicians, where are they personally invested? They're invested in stocks in these big companies. They're invested in land. So obviously they want to, even if it's not consciously, subconsciously, right? When they think about what do I do for Singapore, to them it's like, oh, get the stocks up of these big companies, get the price of land up, and oh, I become richer, and becoming richer is a good thing. So that's the problem. The whole incentive structure in Singapore is really weighted against SMEs, right? Because the PAP just doesn't see it as a good bet for economic growth. And also because having lots of thriving entrepreneurs itself requires an ecosystem that threatens PAP rule, right? Think about where do startups thrive? In places of chaos. Your San Franciscos, right? Your New Yorks. These are places which are notoriously chaotic. That's what entrepreneurship needs. And the PAP's goal, right, especially in the last 20, 30 years, has been to minimize chaos. They talk about our competitiveness. What is our competitiveness? Low prices, low wages for our workers, stability, efficiency, predictability. All of these are the antithesis of entrepreneurship. All of these are the antithesis of your SMEs. So the PAP doesn't care about us, right? They're not incentivized that way. If you want a government that cares about SMEs, you're going to have to change the government. I'm sorry. That's because that's our whole economic model is now premised on support MNCs, support GLCs. Yeah, it's very neoliberal. Yeah.
So let me see, where is this volunteer? Oh, it's crazy having to do all this stuff at once. Let me see who. So Hing Siu Kiat, yes. Who else is Lim Tian is over at is contesting at Potong Pasir. So you have a 3-corner fight with the right. So is PAP's new candidate, the SPP's Williamson and the Lim Tian going over there. But we'll still have to see whether or not we will see a 3-corner fight. Because I think previously PAR had some issue with their centers, so we will have to see whether or not we will see a 3-corner fight at Potong Pasir. This general election. Where else? Yes.
Yeah. I mean, Lin Tian, and coming to this comment here in Facebook about foreign companies leaving Singapore and going to cheaper Asian countries, right? And then Lim Tian saying no foreigners, no foreigners. Lim Tian is totally wrong, right? The problem is not foreigners. The problem is that Singaporeans are underpaid. Singaporeans' wages are suppressed. Singaporeans do not get a fair wage for their labor. That is the problem. Singapore actually has a very low birth rate, and we create, jobs. And there's nothing wrong with having foreigners come in. The problem is that we are underpaid, and foreigners, our low-wage workers in particular, are underpaid. Right? The where Singaporeans are being squeezed is at the bottom end, with wage suppression. We don't have unions to fight for proper wages. So Lim Tian's whole no foreigners is totally misplaced. He just does not seem to understand. The problem is that we are underpaid, right? If Singaporeans were properly paid and Singaporeans could have a proper, decent life, I think if you work 40 hours a week, you should earn enough to pay for your food, for your housing, right? You meet all your needs to have you should earn enough to have a decent, dignified life. And Singaporeans aren't. So the problem is not foreigners. The problem is wage suppression. Wage suppression. And that comes back to Yem Kadok's comment, right? That the KP keep suppressing our wages to try and maintain our competitiveness. And then when we scream because we don't earn enough to live, they're like, oh yeah, here, I give you some handouts, I give you some vouchers, I give you some rebates. This is completely unsustainable.
But PJ, this is where I would disagree with you, because in terms of this foreign labor policy, let's not forget, right? It's the start of since the millennium, in year 2000, the end of 1990s, the 2000, right? Where we start to open up the labor market. I think by the policies of Goh Chok Tong, where we have like the engineers coming in to Singapore, lower paid engineers coming into Singapore. and you basically force, I wouldn't say force, but then you allow the employers, right, to say, okay, to pick and choose. Oh, this foreign employee is coming in with a 2-year work permit. They are willing to work at a lower pay, and because they are on a very limited basis, they are not the females are not going to get pregnant. The males are going to be very concentrated in their jobs because their families are not here. Because they are working on a work permit, and therefore, right, the employers will feel that I could really overwork all these foreign employees, give them OT, and then compel them to work. Because for Singaporeans, right, because their families are also still in Singapore, and therefore they would still aspire to have some work-life balance. They wouldn't accept ridiculous overtime or work demand coming from their employers. As time goes by, in 10, 20 years, right, you have this mindset by the employer saying that, oh, the locals are Singaporeans are being lazy, they are not hungry for success. But if you look at it, right, in the 90s, do Singaporeans have to work in the manner how we are doing today? In fact, I would dare say in the 90s, right, we were actually living somewhat the streets level standard of living, where you can have some household can even only have was only having a one income earner. So the wife or the husband, whoever, will be staying at home taking care of the kids. So back then, right, the income was high enough for a single income earner, and your family is not so pressed to make ends meet. And that goes back to my point in terms of it's the change of the labor policy, the opening up of the labor market, right? That really allowed the employer to pick and choose. To so-called change the dynamics, where it's the employer who have the same power over who they want to employ. And now, right, we are in a situation in which the employer is saying it's not that they are not willing to pay enough. They are not enough to pay high enough to employ the Singaporeans. There are not just no Singaporeans willing to take up the job. Actually, that's true at this point. But 20 years ago, they were just simply offering too low of a price for Singaporeans to take up. So what you have is Singaporeans basically, like example, in the F&B industry, totally move out from that economy. They totally move out in economy. So it's even if you were to offer them a higher pay, they will not think twice. They will not think coming back to industry. They cannot be just because you offer me a higher sum of money and therefore, I would leave my current job, which is in another industry, back to the F&B industry. So this is a long-term kind of thing. It's a decade, 2 decade, 3 decade long kind of problem that's created back then. But now they're reframing it into another kind of issue, and forgetting how we came to this stage at in the first place.
Terry, I don't think we disagree at all. That the exploitation of foreign workers by systemically paying them low wages, right, especially wages that Singaporeans cannot afford to take and cannot afford to live on, is a big part problem. And we've created an economic model that is dependent on the exploitation of foreign labor at a lower wage. So that's what I'm saying. It's not just paying Singaporeans enough, right? That floor or that fair wage has to apply to foreigners as well, right? To compete on a fair basis. And our economy has become addicted to cheap, exploitable labor, which is the exact scenario that Goh Keng Swee predicted in 1972, that Goh Chok Tong predicted in 1979, and when he introduced the wage shock therapy, right? That Lee Hsien Loong already complained about 2008. That the Economic Strategies Report said 2010, we can't keep doing this. Tharman said this in Parliament, I think 2013. So our leaders know, right? But this is exploiting people is the easiest way to make profits. Jeff Bezos knows this. That's why he's rich. Elon Musk knows this. That's why he's rich, because they exploit people and underpay them. And that's what our government also knows. So they exploit and underpay Singaporeans, and they exploit and underpay foreigners. And that's where our economic growth is coming from. right? So yeah, and then all these regulations, right? A well-run economy is a well-regulated one. All these regulations protecting labor standards have been systemically eroded, over time. And so I don't think we disagree at all, Terry. We're just approaching it with different angles. But the main problem is the economy is now so addicted to cheap labor. We basically got, it's like addicted to drugs. We have a government that spent 20, 30, since 1970 saying, I'll quit the drug of cheap labor. And they just get more and more addicted.
So for people who are joining us now, we are now waiting for the candidates to be. We are now waiting for the candidates to be assented as formal candidates in this coming general election. There are 97 seats up for contestation. There are some places where we are looking at multi-corner fights, such as Ang Mo Kio GRC, where former Prime Minister and Senior Minister Lee Hsien Loong is actually standing at. We are, as you can see, some of our volunteers has already gone to the public assembly area, waiting for the for the candidates to be confirmed by 12 p.m. So now it's 11:30. So by 12 p.m. you would see those people who are the candidates who are confirmed to come out to give their acceptance speech. I believe currently this is where is it? At Kong Hwa is currently raining. Kong Hwa Deyi. The other places doesn't seem seems to be quite fair weather. So, like example, in Deyi, you see like people holding umbrellas, assembling at the area. Yeah. So we will just wait and see who are the people who will come out and then give their acceptance speech from our end. Yes. Yes, Sean.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to sort of chime in right here and then go off of XYZ998's comment, right? What's the reason that Singaporeans don't want to make babies, right? And really, it's because it's a structural issue. It's, you have this kind of vicious cycle, right? Where you have a government that's addicted to cheap labor, addicted to exploitation, right? Addicted to bringing in people who can do the job for less, right? You end up suppressing wages. Individual Singaporeans really just are then put in a position where they're incapable to start families, right? And then you get the cycle that goes round and round in loops, right? And I think the thing that I really want to put out there to anybody who's watching, right, is that when you think about that choice between the opposition and the government, right, I think really it's a choice between whether you want Singapore to be run like a business or as a kind of factory for large MNCs to come in, set up headquarters here, set up zones of exploitation here, or do you want Singapore to be run like a country, right, that is sustainable and equitable for everybody? I encourage everybody to go take a look at the WP and the SDP manifesto, right? WP has been calling for minimum wage, and the SDP is calling for what they're calling sensible immigration, right? A revamp to the way that we think about our immigration policy, making sure that, we're not suppressing wages and making sure that it's fair and equitable for everybody, right? So I think really there is a very, very sound there is a very sound and compelling reason why, based on the economics and based on bread and butter issues, that the opposition is providing us a much more viable picture, a much more viable roadmap for how we should approach the future, right? These are going to be extremely testing, extremely trying times. You're looking at all of these crazy tariffs coming in by Trump. We are predicting a recession. We're looking at inflation going up. This is a time where really we need to start thinking about what are the fundamental drivers and motors of inflation. And I can tell you, it's giving that priority. It's opening the door to MNCs, opening the door to exploitation, right? If what you're doing is setting up MNC, setting up headquarters in Singapore, and then bringing in cheap migrant labor that can do only one thing, and that is raise inflation, right? And then you try and you try and control the inflation by giving handouts, which really introduces more money into the system. You have more money chasing fewer goods, right? You're going to see really just a cycle again of inflation, rising cost of living, increased income inequality. I mean, this is a slow path down to an extremely difficult and extremely exploitative economic society that the government is heading us in.
Okay, before PJ chimes in, right? I think on Sean Francis' point, right? I think the key point I take from is that opposition or alternative parties, right? Where the alternative parties come from, right, is a vision of hope. What we are going to vote for is for hope. Whereas for PAP, everything is about fear.
It's a vision of humanity, yeah.
Yeah, it's about, if you don't vote us in, what will happen to the Singapore? The Singapore will collapse. Singapore will no longer function as it is. Singapore will be outpaced by other countries. It's the whole message that PAP has in its messaging, right? It's about fear. If you don't vote us in, then what will happen? But whereas for the alternate parties, Workers' Party, PSP, STP, it's about what you can aspire to have if you have more representation in the parliament. In fact, I think Singaporeans need to consider this. If Workers' Party did not have their MPs into parliament with Sengkang GRC, do you think that they will be offering all these vouchers, change in policies? It's like, if they have a blank check, meaning a totally entire blank check, which they still have, where 90 over seats of the parliament belongs to them, do you think that they would be offering all these benefits to you? The only reason they are doing this because they themselves are fearful that they'll be voted out, and not because they care. I mean, my personal view, they do not care for the citizens, and that's why in 2011 they were slapped so hard that they have no choice but to start all this Singapore conversation, national conversation. And what happened to Singapore, Lawrence Wong's Forward Singapore? Like, really, do you know anything coming out from that Forward Singapore? Really, despite them saying that, there are different policies or different things coming out from there. I believe everything is just wayang. Yeah, PG?
Yeah, I got nothing there at this point.
Yeah.
You know, I think we're Goh Keng Swee predicted this in 1972, and it is 2025, and we still haven't implemented his solution. So you know, we're just going off a cliff. We are. It's
yeah. I mean, what I really I think what I really object to, right, is the direction of trying to sort of turn Singapore into a business, right, wherein it becomes prosperous, but only on paper, right, where you look at GDP growth, you look at these big companies coming into Singapore, right, you know, it's wonderful on paper, right, but what the opposition is presenting us here is not a country that's just good on paper, right? It's a country that's livable, right? It's a country that sees people as human beings rather than economic agents or workers to be exploited, right? So whenever people say, you know, sometimes when one thinks about the discourse on like the opposition as an alternative, the opposition as different from the PAP, well, you know, or they say, oh, it's PAP. The opposition is PAP light. Well, no, right? Because there's a fundamental difference between the direction that the opposition wants to head Singapore in, as well as the direction that the PAP wants us to head in, right? Which is a business, financial direction.
Just to chip in. Just now, CNA reported that Gam Kim Yong was spotted at the Yusof Ishak school. So everyone is actually really puzzling why the heck is he there? Because he's supposed to be contesting in Choa Chu Kang. Choa Chu Kang GRC. Choa Chu Kang GRC is at Juno Pioneer College, and so why is he at Yusof Ishak? Yeah.
So we have a comment on Facebook saying Dr. Tan Si Leng is at Jurong Pioneer JC.
Ah?
I forget where Tan Si Leng was.
He's supposed to be at Marina, isn't it? So it's supposed to he should be at Konghua to contest in Marine Parade Bradle Height GRC. You know, hey, really,
Wow.
I don't understand what PAP is doing. You know, really, I can understand if Workers' Party is doing that. I mean, redeploying candidates, but I don't understand what PAP is doing.
But again, right, Singapore, like, is this really the politics you want to see where last minute people are being shifted around stealthily? This is not representation. The PAP know they won't lose. So instead, they're trying to position their ministers to defeat the opposition. And that's what's, you know, how do Singaporeans benefit from any of this? You were going to say something, Sean?
Oh no, I was just going to say it's pretty ironic with all the moving around, and then I'm just thinking about Goh Chok Tong's comments about the opposition being nomads. A little bit of irony there.
Right.
Yeah.
To come back to that whole theme of disaster, you know, I just want to point out, right, that doom and gloom. I think it bears repeating because I've said this a few times, right? That this whole rainy day narrative, the reserves, it's constantly the idea of Singapore's on the brink of disaster and we need reserves for a rainy day. But first of all, okay, the reserves are not the government's money, it's your money. It's savings being taken out of your pocket so the government can hoard it and invest it. And then the returns from those reserves are kept by the government, 50% kept by the government. Right? Instead of being redistributed to you. So government is taking your money out of your pocket, investing it, but not giving you the money, the interest that's being generated. It's your money in Singapore. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing, reserves, sure, some savings are necessary, but reserves you don't need massive reserves because a government does not stop working. Why do you have savings? Why do you have a CPF pension fund? Because one day you retire. Governments do not retire. So governments don't need this sort of massive reserve to cover the last 20 years of their working life, or, you know, of their life after they finish working, right? And of course, the third thing is, like, in 2022, Leong Man Wai estimated our reserves at 1.35 trillion. It's on his website. That was not POFMAT, right? So let's take that number. Our Lawrence Wong's budget for next year, 123 billion. So effectively, our reserves, and I know reserves aren't liquid, but reserves are 10 times our annual budget, 10 times. Keep in mind, every year we will make that money because the government has a budget surplus, 6 billion, right? So 129 billion versus 123 billion. So every year it's making, and yet, so it has 10 times the amount of money it needs in a year, but every year it still takes like 6 to 8 billion out of Singaporeans' pockets, all because of some vague emergency that may or may not happen. Then they invest that money and it keeps the profits. And that is just totally wrong, right? Singaporeans, we earn the money. We should have the right to spend and invest our own money. So if a government wants to balance the budget, sure, right? And maybe if that's genuine emergency, of course, take more to help other Singaporeans. But ultimately, like, you know, why do we need 10 times? Yeah, and then of course, how much did they lose on FTX? Right? What genius invested in FTX? Who was CEO when FTX, the whole FTX due diligence was being done? Wasn't it Ho Ching? Oh yes, it was Ho Ching.
Oh,
so
and
they're wasting our money. Yeah.
Yeah. She was spotted at 30 secondary. Yep. Yep. She was spotted at 30 secondary. So that was taken by our volunteer. Yeah.
Let's not forget, Ho Ching was paid over 100 million Sing dollars back in was it what year? 2022.
Was it?
The POFMA.
Yeah, we got.
You got POFMA, right? I didn't get POFMA because I said she got paid more than $100 million that year. More than 100 million. And no one
the
offered me. So it's a
No, but
fact.
The problem here is they keep trying to play it very technical. So we say that her salary is 100 mil, which is what the Taiwanese media said. But then, like as you point out, it could be other things, meaning you could be other compensation being bundled together. So it's not just salary per se. You have other bonuses, or in terms of like stock. There's no stock. Other form of compensation which made up to boost her salary up to 100 mil, because it cannot be that she's paid lower than the other staff in Temasek, isn't it?
Well, I can tell you that what I said on the show PJ Tam was, it is a fact that in 2020, Ho Ching, the salary of let me get the exact quote here.
Yep.
It is a fact that in 2020, the annual salary of Temasek CEO Ho Ching was more than 100 million Sing dollars a year. That's what I said, not Hoffman. Make of that what you will.
Where's it? Wait, I got Konghua. Why do I have so many down? So it's 得意. Yeah, so now basically everyone, the supporters are just waiting in the various nomination center to await their supported candidates to come out from the nomination center. Yep, to come out to give their acceptance speech. We wonder if you're going to see a repeat of what we saw in the last general election, where Heng Swee Keat gave his East Coast plan. We're just waiting here to see. Pritam Singh, I believe, going back to Aljunied GRC, was spotted back at the where's that? Aljunied GRC, poaching school. Yes, correct.
Okay, so just looking at the news coming out, Tampines GRC, no surprises in the PAP lineup: Masagos, Kopo Kunde, Yam King, Charlene Chen, and David Neo. And Aljunied for the Workers' Party: Pritam Singh, Sylvia Lim, Gerald Giam, Kenneth Tiong, Fadli. Oh, that means Faisal Manap is heading somewhere else.
Oh.
Sembawang West confirmed Polisan and Chisun Juan. Sengkang, PAP, okay, we knew that. Lam Pin Min and Bernadette Giam, Theodora Lai, Elmi Nekmat, but we don't see. Okay, Pioneer SMC is the PAP's Patrick Tay and the PSP Stephanie Tan. Right. Bukit Panjang, Liang Inghua against Paul Tambaya. Marymount SMC will be Gan Xiao Huang against Jeffrey Koo of the PSP.
No. So for the STP has also went to their Sembawang, the Sembawang GRC team. Sembawang GRC team with Dr. Chi, who's going to Sembawang West. SMC has also entered the nomination center. Yep.
So it looks like Faisal Manap is going to head up Tampines GRC. At least that's the guess. He's not in Workers, the Aljunied lineup.
Aljunied, yeah.
Yeah. Any initial thoughts on
Of the
some of
tro-
these names?
Uh,
No big surprise apart from Faisal. Tan Si Leng is missing from Marine Parade Battle Heights.
Tan Si Ling is spotted at the Jurong Pioneer. Jurong Pioneer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's spotted at Jurong Pioneer. So where is that? Jurong Pioneer. Bukit Gombak SMC, Choa Chu Kang GRC, Marsiling UT GRC, which is very weird. So he's what, swapping with Gam Kim Yong?
Could be. Gan Kim Yong was spotted at Yusof Ishak, right? So
right.
He could be at
someone said that Pritam may be going to Tampines GRC. So
no, his name is already up on the board at Aljunied. Yeah. It's Faisal Manap who's going to Tampines.
I see.
Sorry, it looks like okay. So we've got a comment here. Hayden Gem says potential walkover at Marine Parade Rattle Heights, right? And that looks to be the case.
Huh?
Let me just check that out.
When you say walkover, is PAP losing? Is it or no one contesting? Is it? Cannot be.
No one's contesting. Let me check this out.
Yeah.
Or someone's contesting. Oh, Workers' Party is going to contest Jalan Kayu.
Yes, SMC.
Probably
correct.
against Ng Chee Meng.
No, they are. It's pretty confirmed that they are doing it. In fact, just now we
Andre Lowe.
Yeah.
Andre Lowe is going to go there. Interesting. You know, I mean, why is he running again after that? So a disastrous loss in Sengkang, a humiliation running NTUC, the Alliance. You know, like selling off our family silver, you know, to foreigners for what? You know, a decision so bad that it had to be reversed in Parliament and made retroactive, which goes against all good parliamentary practice. And then now running in Jalan Kayu in a SMC, maybe deliberately carved out for him. I mean, why are they so eager to have Ng Chee Meng back? What is up with this guy that the PAP are so desperate to have him back in the cabinet?
The Ng family. His brothers are also still in the system, right? It's not just him. It's not just him. Yeah. And I personally believe, right, is that PAP take care of its people. So regardless what kind of lapses you are involved in, regardless of what kind of boohoo you're involved in, they'll make sure that even if you were to leave the political scene, they'll ensure that you'll be covered for, you'll be placed in some cushy place. Even if you were to lose in the election, you will be give a safe harbor to wait out until the next general election. Look at Ong Ye Kong, for example, when he lost the against the Aljunied Workers' Party Aljunied team in 2011, he was placed in Capel. He went to Capel, he went to NTUC, and to wait out the whole thing. For opposition candidates, do you think that you are offered such a so-called situation in which you can go in without any consideration or any fear that after the election, even if you lose, you'll be given a place to for your income and whatnot?
There's a comment on YouTube asking who is the Ng family, why are they important? If you want to explain.
That's a bit hard to explain. So Ng Chee Meng, of course, we know former chief. Let me just
maybe you mute the.
Yeah. Let me mute the thing. This one. No. Yeah. So I need to double confirm the current appointment of. Can you all take over?
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, basically, Ng and his two brothers were all senior military, right? Or military, one was military
Three
intelligence.
brothers. So
Three brothers. So there are four of them.
No. As in three of them. Three brothers.
Yeah. Two brothers. So Ng and his two brothers. Yeah.
Ng Chi Min. Who else? What's the other name? My God. Ng Chi Kian, and Ng Chi Ping. Yeah. So one was in Air Force, one is in Navy, and one is in Army. So you have the three brothers again being in the military for all the forces. Yeah. He himself was in the Air Force, and then become the chief COD, Chief of Defense, in 2013, 2015. So he oversaw the whole military, and the brother was in Air Force and the Navy. Yeah.
So yes, I'm just looking at it from the Straits Times Live reporting, right? And yes, it seems like a walkover in Marine Parade Bridal Heights is likely.
Really?
Because Workers' Party is not going there to contest.
So no WP candidate has arrived at Kong Hwa School.
You have to get through by 12 o'clock, no?
Yeah.
Right.
It's disappointing.
So you have to, let me see, inspection, 12:30 deadline. So if there's no one there, it's very likely that you're going to see a walkover for Marine Parade. That's quite a weird outcome.
Yeah, especially if
so already is first surprise of the day.
So apparently, so in Sengkang, Abdul Muhaimin has joined Hurting Ru Louis Chua and James Lim. But otherwise, the Workers' Party are unchanged. RDU has filed for Holland Bukit Timah with Fazli Talib, Sharad Kumar, Niza Subair, and Emily Wu, who was previously announced for Jurong Central but is now in Holland Bukit Timah. Gan King Yong has entered the nomination hall with Janil, so it suggests he could be in Punggol GRC. That's interesting. Rather than Chua Chu Kang, he's now Punggol GRC. Okay.
What's this? Oh, it's too blurry. This is a scene at the secondary, raining quite hard, and they are at the public assembly area waiting for the candidates to come out. Yeah.
Okay.
So our volunteer at Jurong Pioneer JC is saying that the rain is also very heavy, so they are taking shelter from the rain before moving over to the public assembly area. Yep. Also, there was a question like, if we are Workers' Party, how will we feel our candidates? Right. The thing about Workers' Party is that sometimes, right, from a third party perspective, right, Workers' Party is too conservative in terms of how they feel their candidates. You know, as compared to say parties like NSP or say People's Alliance for Reform, if they have even the half of a kind of risk-taking mentality of all these smaller parties, right? Workers' Party would have filled all his candidates around the whole island, but they are so risk-averse that they only contest on places that they have walked the ground really rigorously and have sensing of and also connected to their existing wards. So to them, I believe it's really contesting all the adjourning constituencies there's to their Sengkang, so it's to Sengkang and Aljunied GRC, so that if in the event, say, any gerrymandering were to take place, the wards that they have walked would have been somehow still connected to the places that they hold. So if they were to say contest somewhere in the west, for example, right, if any gerrymandering to take place, all the effort that they put in, right, would be written off. But if they were to contest in wards that are connected physically to the constituency that they hold, such as Aljunied and Sengkang, the chances of maintaining that the effort that they put in really high. However, I'm a bit. I think most of us we are quite curious on why Workers' Party is going to Jalan Kayu SMC when for the past couple of weeks, right? They have largely not been seen walking the ground. So I think Red Dot United was kind of caught off guard when Workers' Party stated that they are sending a candidate down to Jalan Kayu SMC. And thankfully, Red Dot United just pulled out after knowing that Workers' Party is going there, so avoiding a three-corner fight.
I mean, if the Workers' Party weren't cautious, they wouldn't be the Workers' Party that we know. The Workers' Party, the way they conduct themselves, always very careful, always very cautious. You know, try not to put a foot wrong. And you can understand why, right? I think it's up to the voters if that's the party they want. But under Pritam's leadership, and of course Low Thia Khiang's leadership, that's been the party that they've been.
So while we are waiting, right, just to note, we will be having this daily live stream for the course of this general election. Of course, not every day is a nomination day, but what we're gonna have, right, would be the daily recaps of what has transpired during the course of this general election, and also interviews conducted with the candidates by Dr. PJ Tam, Tam Bin Jin, and also Sean Francis Han, starting from 12:30 p.m. all the way till around 6:30, 7 p.m. before we go into the rallies. And for those people who are keen on helping us to cover the rallies, please write into us. I don't have the link here, so just drop down to our website to look for the volunteer sign-up form. Then fill out your names and contact details, and we will contact you on how you can work with us to give greater coverage to the candidates in this general election.
Okay, so Workers' Party Tampines is in. It looks like Faisal is leading Tampines, along with Michael Teng, Jimmy Tan, Ong Due Ping, and Eileen Chong. So Tampines GRC is confirmed. We have the Workers' Party against PAP, with potentially two other parties jumping in. But Faisal is leading Tampines. Dennis Tan will be defending Hougang SMC against PAP new face Marshall Lim. He's a lawyer, isn't he, Marshall Lim?
No, it's quite weird. The Marine Parade, Workers' Party is not contesting a Marine Parade. Given that they have insisted, they have been consistent in contesting at Marine Parade, GRC for the past two election. Maybe it doesn't make sense. Given that PAP has spent so much effort trying to game the whole thing by setting up this $1 million, is it $1 million bus service faring until July this year. They have the faces of the people, and one of the faces is not contesting in this general election. And correct.
Well, nominations have closed, so we should find out the remaining races in a minute or two.
Right.
Yeah.
We still don't know where Tan Si Leng is.
Yep. So nomination is closed. So meaning you have a walkover at Marine Parade.
So it's confirmed Marsiling UT SDP will be lining up there with Arifin Shah, Jijin Wong, Alec Tok and Jufri Salim.
Yep.
Did Alec Tok run with RDU in Jurong 5 years ago?
Yes.
That's the same
Correct.
guy, right? Yeah.
Yes, same guy.
Okay.
But before that, he was running in STP, I believe, in Bukit Panjang SMC. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So he was in STP, then went to RDU, and then went back to STP. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Harish Kale is at Bukit Gombak SMC for PSP. And then PSP is also running in Chua Chu Kang GRC. Abbas Kasmani, S. Nalakarupan, Wendy Low, and Lawrence Peck. Okay, so it looks like we have a comment saying Tan Si Leng is confirmed for Chua Chu
Chua Chu
Kang.
Kang. Yeah. They, was that Hayden say Tan Si Leng is confirmed for Chua Chu Kang? Yeah.
Not seeing it yet. Hey, Pasir Ris GRC.
Yeah.
Okay. Indrani, Desmond Tan, Shariel Taha, and Valerie Lee against the SDA's Desmond Lim, Abu Muhammad, Hamindapal Singh, and Chia Yun Kai. Okay. West Coast, Jurong West. Oh man, these names. No surprises, I think, either team. PAP is Desmond Lee, Ang Wei Ning, Sean Huang, Hamid Razak, and Cassandra Lee. Against PSP, Tan Cheng Bong, Leong Man Wai, Hazel Phua, Sani Ismail, Sumar Leki Amja.
Sengkang GRC. Yusof Ishak, yeah. James is Yusof Ishak for Sengkang GRC. Yeah. Someone's asking in the comments. Yeah.
Okay. Lee Soon, no surprises here. I think Ravi Philemon for Red Dot United, David Fu, Tang Heng Chuan, Sharon Lin, Dr. Syed Awi Ahmad against a PAP team with the devil himself. My favorite MP, your favorite MP, K. Shanmugam.
Yeah. It's quite amazing that our dear Mr. Shanmugam is standing in the election with 4 entirely new candidates.
Especially since
So
Carrie Tan was a first timer the last time, right? So she did one
Yeah.
term with Shanmugam and it's like, no, that's it, I'm out.
Yeah.
So yes, Harpreet Singh confirmed for Punggol.
Awesome.
Oh.
Yeah. I suspected that just now because he was at Yusof Ishak. So he's joined by Mr. Jackson Au, Siti Alia Abdul Rahim Maharab, and Miss Alexis Dang. Yeah.
Okay, 3-cornered fight in Sembawang GRC.
Yes, right. With NSP.
Yeah.
NSP.
Yes,
STP,
NSP. So at PAP is Ong Ye Kang, Marian Jaffa, Vikram Nair, and then 2 new members, Gabriel Lam and Ng Shi Xuan. And then STP is Brian Lin, James Gomez, Suraya Akbar, Daman Huri Abbas, and Alfred Tan. And also NSP are there. Okay. There may be a 3-way fight in Radin Mas.
Yeah, independent. Yeah, right.
Independent.
Yeah, I think
Daryl
Han Wilson is
Low.
going there. Is it?
Radin Mas, it's Melvin Young
Yeah, Melvin Young. Yep.
against Kumar Apavu of the
Kumar. So,
Kumar. PAR.
PR. And there's one more. Is it independent?
Oh, really? A 4-way fight? Okay, so PPP and NSP are confirmed in Tampines GRC.
Yes. So
Is there
Workers'
any
Party
point even
not going
reading
there?
the names?
Huh? Is Workers' Party going there?
Tampines? Yeah. Workers' Party already confirmed. PAP confirmed. I'm saying PPP and NSP are also confirmed. But I feel bad for the commenter earlier who was saying they are LGBTQ in Tampines. I mean, let's be honest, the Workers' Party also stated some years ago that that's not an issue that they're going to take on. They're going to go with the status quo or something like that. Some very carefully neutral statement by Pritam that basically upheld the discriminatory status quo. So it's not. That's the problem with politics, right? There's no such thing as a perfect candidate.
Well, going back to the first past the goals post issue, it's really about majority. It's not like if we have a system, say a representative democracy, where the views of the minority is respected. So if say we have 10% of people who support certain cause, they'll be willing to vote for a party that's willing to stand for their cause. So you would have representation, even though it's so small, is unable to influence the law, but then you would have a voice in parliament. But in Singapore, it's really the majority. I mean, so long as over 50% of people who subscribe to that view, so in a sense they are overrepresented simply because you have 50% of people who are of this view. They vote the candidates in, and then like 100% of the seats actually belong to them.
Mm-hmm. And I also wanted to say that, like, when it comes to issues like minority representation, right, I think let's also just remember that there is a party that stands quite firmly against civil society and individuals voicing concerns about the causes that they want to be activists for, the causes that they're passionate about. Anything that deviates too far away from the status quo, I think, is hit with a POFMA hammer. So while we're a long way away from where we need to be and where we should be vis-a-vis queer issues or minority issues or issues of race or the death penalty or all of these different social issues, right? I think let's remember really that there's one party that's shutting down that discourse from ever seeing the light of day, right? And I mean, the reason I think I'm so excited for also Harpreet Singh, right, is because on his bio on the Workers' Party page, right, he says that he's interested in a Singapore that works more closely with, or that doesn't come down on civil society actors, right, or voices that want to contribute to public discourse, right, and to have that explicitly stated by a candidate, I think bodes very, very well for a kind of politics that is inclusive of voices from all walks of life. So it's not completely lost, I think, despite the unfortunate silence of some of the opposition on these issues.
Correct. Yep, still waiting. We should be seeing the candidates coming out at 12:30. Yep. It's what do you think about Tan Sri going to Choa Chu Kang?
Well, he's the one suing you. You tell us.
No. So their case is stuck in Taiwan. They haven't. I think they haven't sent their legal papers over here to Taiwan.
He's the one trying to sue you.
Yeah, trying. Yes. So, I think it's, don't you find it also questionable because Gan Kim Yong was previously confirmed to be running for Choa Chu Kang, isn't it? So now they are like playing a a game of bluff where you have Tan Sri from Marine Parade all the way down to Choa Chu Kang, and I don't know, maybe Workers' Party got to know of this and then decided not to go there and contest. But then, shouldn't they have gone there since your heavier minister is no longer contesting there? Yeah, really puzzling why Workers' Party is not contesting in Marine Parade GRC.
Oh, here's an interesting. PAR has submitted its nomination papers to Tanjong Pagar GRC, and its slate includes Prabhu Ramachandran, Han Hui Hui, Nadarajan Selvamani, Rickson Giao, how do I pronounce his name? Giau, Giao, and So Lian Chai.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Han Hui Hui was going to run.
Yeah, our sources say that Han Hui was supposed to run in the SMC, but no, now do you say
Yeah, she
that
ran in Radin Mas 10 years ago.
as an
I
independent? Yeah.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
She had one big slogan, right? Was it "Give back our CPF" or something like that? Well,
Yep. So we're just waiting. Everyone is waiting for the candidate to be affirmed, and then you would open up the flags. Sometimes I really wonder why is there a need to wait for the the confirmation of the candidacy to unravel the flags. PAP as a PCF, the committee fund where the kindergartens always have their flags unfold every day. So why do you have to wait until the announcement of the candidates to be announced before you can show your flags? Yeah, it's a weird kind of like symbolic gesture in a sense.
Yeah. I suppose you want to create this, idea of like fairness and like that this is a neutral space until the point where we announce the nominations. The problem is in the context of Singapore, right? These symbolic things for neutrality are pretty meaningless. I think Singaporeans understand instinctively what is fair and not fair. And so if you take these individual little things, okay, maybe that seems fair, but then you look at the bigger picture, nothing is fair in our elections, and it's very frustrating.
I just want to read this small section from the Straits Times live coverage, right, which says one possible reason that the WP has chosen not to field the team in Marine Parade Heights, Brattle Heights GRC could be due to the electoral boundary changes announced in March, right? The changes saw McPherson SMC absorbed into the new Marine Parade Brattle Heights GRC. And in G2020, the PAP polled strongly in McPherson with 71.74% of the vote, right? So, I mean, if the Straits Times is telling you, right, just how the structure and the mechanism of gerrymandering works, this is, it's such an open secret.
Well, we can see whether or not we can gauge for ourselves whether or not the their findings would be as what they think would be, as in whether the 70% of the McPherson would actually come as it is by referring to the Taman Jurong results, because it's the same basis why Taman Jurong was transferred to West Coast, thinking I think with the idea that the strong results at the ward would help to win back the GRC from the contest from the PSP. But my personal take is that for Tim Pei Ling, although she did really well in the last general election, she was contesting against Goh Meng Seng, and it's really this big pull and push where Tim Pei Ling did a great job at her SMC, and also she was contesting against a really dubious contestant who came out of nowhere to contest McPherson. No one will actually vote for them. Even if you say this is an independent, I think the independent would roughly get the same results. Yeah. And we might see a shock for the People's Action Party, because Sean Huang is actually not really well liked in Taman Jurong. If you're on Reddit, you have seen some posts about how disliked Sean Huang is in his ward, the mannerism that he has. I'm not saying that I know that personally, but that's the comments coming from the Reddit discussion.
So Queenstown is in. it's Mahabub Bacha for PAR.
Oh, Faisal is going Tampines. Faisal Manap is going Tampines GRC.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we had that discussion 10 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, sorry. They just there's a problem with that side. Yeah, my bad.
Okay, so that's interesting. So East Coast, Yi Jian Zhong, Nathaniel Ko, Jasper Kwan, Sufyan, Mikhail Putra, and Paris V, Para Miswari. And Pongo for Workers' Party, Harpreet Singh, Alia Mata, Alexis Dang, Jackson Au. I think that's pretty much everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pongo is confirmed.
So
Gan
now-
Kim Yong, Janil, Sun Sheling, Yo Wan Ling. Sun Sheling is another person at the select committee. 6 hours, 6.5 hours. She completely checked out. It was a bit funny to see her on that select committee, and then in front of me, of course, Shanmugam attacking me. Next to him, Erwin Tong sucking up to him, passing him notes. Over on my left, all the way, Janil Putucherry, clearly also not interested. Just sat there, stared into space, refused to engage with anyone, anything, did not look at me, did not look at anyone, just like sat there and tried to pretend he wasn't there, right? Then over there on the right, you have Pritam also just like not engaging. And of course, in the middle, Charles Chong, who is just like, amused by this whole thing. But right here, Sun Xueling, who clearly had checked out and she was doing her work. She was clearly answering emails. She had a laptop open. She was like, in the middle of a select committee, right? She's supposed to be like, what's the point of a select committee? You're supposed to have a committee to listen to the evidence from the witnesses, to evaluate the importance of this huge issue. And half the panel had completely checked out. Most of the panel had checked out. It was really just Shanmugam and Edwin Tong. But yeah, Sun Xueling answering emails, clearly like typing away, doing documents, getting up, going off for coffee or the toilet or whatever, coming back. It was such a farce, this select committee. But because of it, I have fixed in my head these images of a Janil who like clearly does not want to be there and doesn't care. A Sun Xueling just trying to get work done, also can't be bothered. Pritam Singh staring slack-jawed into space, like also cannot be bothered. 6 hours, that's what it did to me. And of course, Shanmugam and Edwin Tong both trying to fix me. Yeah. Anyway, that's Sun Xueling.
So right now we're just waiting, I think, for the speeches, right? Do you anticipate, I think, anything different about the messaging strategy that's going to come around this time? What do you think are going to be sort of like the main talking points by the candidates?
By the incumbent or the opposition? Oh, sorry, the alternative parties.
Well, both, I suppose.
Well, incumbent is just status quo. It's just about, you just look at their manifesto, status quo. you vote for us for the stability of the country. There's not much constitution to change. How much of the Forward Singapore's consideration, the feedback from the Forward Singapore is inside the manifesto? Their manifesto this time is much thinner than what they had for G2020.
I have to say I was quite surprised looking at it.
It's like PowerPoint slides.
Nothing.
It's really that thin. You look in comparison with Workers' Party's manifesto, STP's manifesto, even RDU is actually more comprehensive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and PSP. Yeah, and PSP's more is really forward-looking kind of policies, which PAP has always so-called pushed back against while discussing it in Parliament.
Can I
Yeah,
just
I was
point
quite
out,
struck by
Heng
that
Kiet is not running. It's now that all the
it's close,
nominations are in. Heng
Yeah.
Kiet is nowhere to be found.
Right.
And this is a really stunning fall from grace, I guess, in that sense, of the man who was supposed to be our next prime minister, almost lost East Coast, and then one term later, he's out of parliament. Of course, it could be health problems, and I hope that his health is good, and I wish him well and a long life. But this is quite stunning. He was supposed to be the chosen one, and now he's out of politics.
Right. Well, he could be like Lim Moon Heng taking the chairmanship of like GLCs and whatnot. Yeah.
Let's be honest. That's probably what he's always known as a very cautious, safe pair of hands, right? Not a bold leader, which is what we need right now at a time where the world is in crisis. Instead, we get these bureaucrats like Lawrence Wong and Heng Swee Keat. But I suppose Heng Swee Keat's natural environment would be middle management, and I think the country could do with him there doing what he does best. So good luck to you, Mr. Heng. Anyway, back to the topic. Sean, is there anyone you're really excited to hear from in the speeches?
In a very strange way, I'm not strange way, but I'm personally rooting for Arifin Shah. And that's just because of like the years of working with him and knowing him on a personal level. I mean, he's a solid, principled guy, so I'm very excited for what he does. He's got a very, very difficult fight ahead of him. But of course, I think this is not sort of like his first foray into politics. Of course, he was at he's been around the block. But yeah, I think it'd be interesting to kind of see like how he develops as a politician, and the kind of issues that he's going to champion, right? So I think with Wake Up Singapore, he was interested in sort of bread and butter issues, but also interested in I think he had a bit of a focus on youth issues, mental health issues, right? So yeah, I'm quite excited to see how he performs.
So one member of public asked, what's the thought about Tan Si Ling going to Choa Chu Kang GRC? I live in Choa Chu Kang. So it's quite weird that he's going over there because Tan Si Ling hasn't been in Choa Chu Kang for a decade, ever since he's in politics, in PAP. And to just suddenly go over to Choa Chu Kang GRC, I think it's quite... I'm baffled. I'm simply baffled. Why Tan Si Ling, who is in the east, is now going to the west, and who's going to be the anchor? Because by right, the anchor is Gan Kim Yong. Gan Kim Yong has been there for years as the anchor MP. If you tell me who's this, who's it? Lo Yen Ling, right, will be anchoring Choa Chu Kang. And then I believe because her rapport with the members of public the voters is really good. Is really, really good. So which is why PSP, I don't think they have any chance of winning the Bukit Gombak SMC. And going back to the Choa Chu Kang GRC, who's there? Who's there to be anchoring the ward from the PSP contest? I think the decision to field Tan Si Ling in Choa Chu Kang seems like giving up the GRC really for grabs for the PSP CCK team. Yeah.
And can we just point out also the amount of consistency that we are seeing from the opposition and the amount of consistency that we're seeing from the incumbent, right? I think that should tell you a lot. Yeah. So if consistency wasn't enough, right? Just staying the ground and working the residents, right? If that wasn't enough, right, really go and look at the manifestos, right? Because with the PAP, it's handouts and it's little trinkets here and there, right? And with the WP and the SDP, you get a really proper economic manifesto, right? A proper vision forward, right? And we're talking here also again about a country that wants to, bang the drum of the status quo, run the country like a business, and an opposition that I think is moving from strength to strength. So, it's no longer this story of like, oh, the opposition's not strong enough, or they don't have the kind of strength to compete. No, I mean, look at the kind of strength that the WP and SDP are showing this round. Look at the manifestos, look at the consistency, right? The commitment to the residents. Right? They're not moving across the island from Marine Parade to Choa Chu Kang, right?
Can I also say, Tan Si Ling to me, epitomizes part of the problem. Because they say, oh, he's a successful businessman who was enticed into politics and now he's Minister for Manpower. What was his industry? Healthcare.
Yep.
He made money benefiting from healthcare, the health of Singaporeans. And there's this bigger question, right? Is it moral to make money from healthcare? What was this? Parkway Holdings, Parkway Pantai, and then they expanded around the world for-profit healthcare.
Well,
but in Singapore, of course, they're providers to the government. And there's a big question here, as Paul has been bringing up, right? The direction that Singapore's healthcare system is moving in, and this obsession with controlling costs, keeping costs down, rather than what is the best thing for the human beings, right? Where's the welfare? A system that works for the welfare of Singaporeans. No, it's a system, first and foremost, keep costs down. And they rely on people, ruthless businessmen like Tan Si Ling, who are willing to, take money from people to exploit people's health for profits. And so he to me epitomizes the problem.
I think we won't go that far and to say that private healthcare profits from people getting. It's more of in Singapore, right? You don't see that drastic difference. Say we take Thailand for example, where there is public healthcare service which is paid largely fully by the government, and then you have the another tier which is private healthcare providers. And many Singaporeans who seek healthcare in Thailand, right, will test to the kind of standard they get. Like there's no wait when you go to the registration. Immediately we're going to the surgery, or you go they're going to a treatment and whatnot. And the cost that's involved is so much little. The thing here is over there, right, private healthcare and public healthcare, right, there's a huge difference in terms of what you get, in terms of the price you pay and then the service you get. In Singapore, right, this public healthcare and the private is equal. So meaning, there's not much differentiation in terms of the level of service that you get, and the costs involved. Although, right, many Singaporeans see their healthcare prices relatively low compared to private healthcare. But if you look at the bill itself, right, you'll notice that the cost that you get is heavily subsidized. It's actually, if you are going for unsubsidized healthcare treatment, it's really expensive. It's which is why a lot of foreigners face issues, because when they go to the public healthcare, the public hospital, they think that they will get a lower price. No, they are being charged as a premium, such as like the private hospital. That is, I think, a key, a huge issue, I believe, in Singapore's healthcare. And I would dare say even Singapore is going towards the American style of healthcare, which is really problematic. Really problematic in terms of you will come to a point in which if you somehow fall off the cracks and then become someone who is not covered under the either MediSave, the Ministerial, or so fall into some clause that the subsidized healthcare doesn't apply to you, right? Your life will be ruined because of the amount of money that you have to pay for. Yeah, just look at it. How many people on Give? I think Give to Asia, the public donation is asking for support for people who are racking up millions of dollars in medical fees in Singapore hospitals. Something's really wrong here. Why are we spending so much? Sorry, not spending, but earning so much from offering essential healthcare services to the resident population.
The Singapore system, right, has it the wrong way around, right? In most of the world, when you talk about trying to spread the cost of healthcare and create a public healthcare system, the priority is redistribution, then insurance, then personal savings. In Singapore, it's the other way around. They want you to spend personal savings first. You run out, then you apply for insurance. You have your insurance as a backstop. But then that doesn't work. Then you have redistribution, right? So the impact falls overwhelmingly on the individual or the family first, rather than on your two main ways where you normally distribute risk, either government redistribution or insurance. And that to me doesn't make sense. What's the point of having Singapore be such a rich country if we're going to still insist and have this mentality that every man for himself? And of course, why have 6 billion surplus and then just squirrel that back into the reserves? Why not spend it helping people who cannot help themselves? Right. So I think the system itself, right, has plus and minuses. And of course, individual doctors are some most fantastic, wonderful doctors, nurses. But the fundamental premise of the system, to me, keep costs down, personal responsibility, personal savings gone, then we take care of you. This to me is very fundamentally flawed.
I want to add also, right? Lawrence Wong made this comment, right? And he said, it's the same old tired PAP narrative, right? That, the opposition have given very pretty looking economic plans, but don't be fooled by them. They're not sustainable, right? And on this idea of the $6.4 billion budget surplus that we run, right? Dr. Tambia has talked about it, and PJ is talking about it, right? Putting it back to the use of for the use of the people to alleviate the cost of living crisis, right? And I want to just say, right, not only is this a humane, right, thing to do, but it's not like you're just putting that money into the people and then it disappears, right? You're reinvesting in people, right? You're allowing people to stand up on their own 2 feet, to help them out, to make them less reliant on welfare, right? It's a reinvestment into your citizens, right? It's not only humane, it's just good economic sense, So when the government talks about this, like, it's unsustainable to help to give to help out the poor or whatever. I mean, what is this, right? It's a good investment.
I think we spoke on this before during our podcast. Everything the current administration wants to do is to earn money from the people, whether it's COE, whether it's like your public housing, your utilities. What does it lose money on? Healthcare. They also benefit from, like, even offering of the Medishield insurance. They are also earning. Of course they don't earn personally, but then the money that is being paid is more than what is being spent. So everything is just accumulated for, it's just hoarding. It's just hoarding for the sake of hoarding, and this adds up to the pressure that people have in terms of their cost of living, their standard of living, because the government doesn't seem to take that burden on themselves. They simply just push everything to the individuals or the families to bear. And really, for the younger generation, why, with this in mind, this side of how the government is conducting themselves, right? Why would they have the confidence that their life would be better, or for them to form a family would be any less burdensome? Really, all that appears to be is that it's better to stay single, to be less debt free, so that you could have so-called more freedom to maneuver around. Because if you run a family, you buy a house, you commit yourself to a certain amount of debt, that means you don't have much choice for the next 20 years. The only choice you have would probably be surrendering your public housing because you cannot bear with the mortgages anymore. But most Singaporeans wouldn't do that because that's a waste of money. Yeah. Mm.
It's more than that, right, Terry? You were talking earlier about 20 years ago, policies have now changed the whole system. And how do we dig ourselves out of this hole? It's like that also with the budget surplus, because if you just take 6 billion last year, and you look at the number of working citizens, that's $2,000 per working citizen, working adult citizen, right? That's more than a month's income for most Singaporeans. Imagine Singaporeans, you have an extra month's income every year. What would you use that money for? Healthcare, education, food? Your life would be so much better. You'd be more educated. You'd have better nutrition, right? Maybe you go on a holiday, better mental health. Or you could have invested it 20 years ago, 2,000 added to your pocket every year instead of taken away by the government. You would, with compound interest, you would have a lot more money now. All of that is taken out of our pockets because the government runs this big budget surplus that they just keep taking money out. And then they hoard it, as you say, but not just hoard it, they then take it to invest. But do they give us back the proceeds? No. Half the time they seem to be wasting the money on FTX and Goldman Sachs and whatever nonsense.
And these are what we know.
Well, what do we get?
These are what we know. Yeah, like the e-fishery. The e-fishery in Indonesia. So the Temasek invested, if not for the need for venture capital to declare who are their funders, right? I think most of us will be in the dark as to how Temasek is investing its money. FTX is also another example where we only got to know, not from Temasek's own declaration, but from the venture capital's release of information as to who is actually investing in its funds. Yeah.
And I just want to add also, right? So I just want to add also, right, that when you hold up this $6 billion surplus, right, and you invest it, that money just stays there, right? As opposed to if you give it to the citizens, right, or you reinvest it into people, right, in the form of structural changes, right? If you are willing to use that surplus to enrich the lives of Singaporeans, that money goes back into the community. It goes into SMEs. It goes into local businesses. It goes into hawker centers, right? It's something that helps the actual people on the ground in the heartlands, right? It doesn't get kept up somewhere to be reinvested, right?
Wait, what's this?
We're still waiting for the speeches.
Right. Oh, that's blurry. Exit. So. And having nomination on a working weekday, right, makes it very hard for any supporters to turn up at the nomination center. All right. It's so you often have retirees or like housewife in the neighborhood who's interested to support their people and dropping down. Yeah. And who would take a day's leave to go down to the nomination center? Really, other than the grassroots.
The whole nomination thing as well, right? Why is it only 1 hour for nomination? It used to be a full proper day, several hours and then you don't have to rush. It was all narrowed down to advantage the PAP and give as little time as possible to the opposition to be able to file their papers. And, back in the 70s, what the PAP used to do is arrest opposition MPs, politicians, like for questioning. The police will hold them for questioning before nominations open. Then they hold them and then nominations close. Then they read, because you have to nominate yourself, right, in person. So they would hold these opposition politicians for the course of the day and then let them out and like, oh, very sorry, we made a mistake. You can go now. But by the time nominations close. So, this nominations day, it's really nominations hour. Why is it nominations hour? Right? Why isn't it a nomination day? Like have an actual proper day of, and give people enough time to sort out their problems. If you make a mistake on the form, you can go away, correct it, come back, right?
Correct.
All of that is fine. Why cram it into 1 hour in the middle of a work week? It is all part of this unfair election.
So, like you pointed out, the the nomination, the campaigning, right, is also put to the minimum, right? Minimum of 9 days, 9 days of campaigning. So everything what they have, right, is as fast as possible. In the name of efficiency, so they just cram everything, hoping that people don't even have the time to realize that the election is over. by the time they realize something is happening, or election is over. Demir. Yeah, even for the national broadcasters, they're just putting their panelists there for. I don't know what they're talking about though.
We're all just waiting. We're all just sitting around waiting for the speeches to happen.
Nothing
really going on.
And later on,
to come back to
yes.
Yeah, Sean. To come back to a sort of earlier question about what the WP strategy ought to be, right? Or what we might change. I wanted to say that there's nothing I think that I really change. I don't think that the crux of the issue really lies with the opposition parties. Yeah, maybe there could be disagreements here and there on a personal level about strategy or about who or where the candidates are fielded. But I think really the bigger issue is not so much with the opposition parties at this point, right? I think it's with discourse and with Singaporeans, right? Because what more do you want to see? We have strong manifestos and strong candidates. We had Dr. Paul Tambia, specialist of infectious diseases, member of Singapore's public healthcare, run during a global pandemic, and he lost. So I think the issue is really not, it's not with the parties anymore, right?
Wait,
really, I think it's,
I believe, sorry, I'm sorry.
Of the People's Alliance for Reform are the candidates who have been nominated for the electoral division of Queenstown. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Mr. Eric Chua Swee Leong of the People's Action Party, please.
Okay, so let's do something here.
Family, I thank you for the privilege of serving as your representative in Parliament for the past 5 years. Like before, I bring a sincere heart, a commitment to serve, and a strong bias to take action for Queenstown. Please support me.
Okay. Okay, we are just stealing from the CNN now. Yeah, because
My
my
dear
side we
Queenstown
can't really hear
family,
what's saying. Yeah.
I thank you for the privilege of serving as your representative in Parliament for the past 5 years. Like before, I bring a sincere heart, a commitment to serve, and a strong bias to take action for Queenstown. Please support me.
So next person.
Mr. Mahabub Bacha, son of Abdul Rashid of the People's Alliance for Reform, please.
My dear fellow Singaporeans, good afternoon. I'm Mahbub Bacha from contesting Queenstown SMC. I seek your support. Please support me. The People's Alliance for Reform. Thank you very much.
General Election 2025, announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Radin Mas. Kumar, son of Apabu of the People's Alliance for Reform, and Melvin Yong Yikchai of the People's Action Party, and Daryl Low Kakyong, an independent candidate, are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Radin Mas. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on the 3rd of May, 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Mr. Kumar, son of Apavu of the People's Alliance for Reform, please.
Dear residents of Radin Mas, my name is Kumar Apawu. I'm standing before you today, not just as a candidate, but as your voice and someone who believes that Radin Mas deserves better. Deserves better. I walked your estates, I've spoken to your families, and I have listened. And what I have heard is clear. You want real improvements, not promises on banners. I don't stand here to oppose for the sake of opposing. I stand here because you deserve a stronger voice in Parliament. A voice that dares to ask questions, not just to clap hands. A voice that brings your concerns to the front and not back of the queue. Together, we can build a Radin Mas that is more caring, inclusive, vibrant, and not just for present, but for your future generation to come. Vote Kumar Pawu, vote for PAR!
Oh.
Mr. Melvin Yong Yichai of the People's Action Party, please.
Oh.
Dear residents of Radin Mas, thank you for your strong support in the past 5 years. Together, we have built a strong community that cares deeply for one another, one that uplifts each other in times of need and celebrates together in times of joy. I'm honored to be the PAP's candidate for Radin Mas SMC, and I ask for your strong support once again. Together, we can make Radin Mas an even better home. 亲爱的拉丁马氏居民们，非常感谢大家在这5年里的强大支持和信任。风雨无阻，我们共同建设了一个充满关怀、守望相助的拉丁马氏大家庭。我希望 能再次得到大家的强力支持，让我们一起继续携手合作，共创一个更美好的家园。请支持人民行动党，谢谢。
Mr. Darrell Low Kakyong, an independent candidate, please.
Dear fellow neighbors in Radin Mas, my name is Darrell Low Kakyong, and I'm excited to serve you. I am honored to have been nominated as your independent candidate in this election. I am living in Bukit Permai, and I share the same concerns as you do. Since Singapore's independence, there has never been an elected independent candidate. We can make history together. Vote me into parliament. They do not need another person to vote for an increase in GST. Vote Darrell Low. 亲爱的拉丁马市居民，你们好，我是劳家强，我很荣幸的被入选作为拉丁马市区的独立候选人。我希望能够为您服务，把你们的心声带进国会，把邻里事情做得很好。我希望投票日那天，您能投我一票，我会加强努力的，请投劳家强一票，谢谢。
So that's that. So that's the session at the Radin Mas and Queenstown, and we are going. Wait, and then there seems to be something happening at the Konghua. We are just going in. No, nothing. Sorry. So going back again,
Nadarajan Selvamani.
This is for Tanjong Pagar
Ramachandran
GRC.
and So Lian Chai of the People's Alliance for Reform are the groups of candidates who have been nominated
Before
for
that,
the electoral
let's talk
division.
about other things. First, wait.
Must be adjourned.
Okay, so this is what Pritam Singh has just posted on his Facebook page. So he gave his reason why Workers' Party is not standing for the Marine Parade Bridal Height GRC due to gerrymandering. Not wrong. What's your thought on this? Okay, sorry. Before that, let's look at the. Let's look at this Tanjong Singh coming in.
Penduduk Tanjong Pagar. Terima kasih atas sokongan dan kepercayaan Anda. Selama 60 tahun yang lalu, kita kerjasama, kita membina sebuah negara yang kita semua banggakan. Kita akan kerja terus. Kita akan terus kerja keras untuk Anda, dengan Anda, bersama Anda, untuk masa depan yang lebih cerah untuk semua orang Singapura. Terima kasih. 亲爱的丹戎巴葛居民们，谢谢你们的支持。这60多年来，我们都是风雨同舟，有舟吃舟，有饭吃饭。虽然现在国际局势出了很大的变数，有很多不确定的因素，不过我们深信，有你的支持，我们还是能携手度过一切的重重困难。我希望我们能得到你们的支持，继续为丹戎巴葛服务，继续为新加坡和新加坡人服务。谢谢大家。Dear residents of Tanjong Pagar, thank you so much for all the support and working together with us over all these years, 60 years and more, 60 years and counting. It is our aim, it is our team's goal to make sure that we keep
working with fellow residents in Tanjong Pagar and in Singapore to make sure that we will have an even brighter future regardless of the challenges ahead. So long as we are here, my team and I, including Melvin and Eric, we will work our hardest together with you to make for a brighter future for all of us. Thank you very much, and we look forward to your strong support. Okay, wait. Okay, 1, 2, 3, wait. Okay, 1, 2, 3, now.
Oh, sorry.
The group from the People's Alliance for Reform, please.
Whoa, whoa.
A very good afternoon, Singaporeans and Tanjong Pagar residents. Thank you to all our assentors for nominating us. We stand before you today. You heard the PAP candidate, 60 years of Tanjong Pagar. It's time for change. No more blank checks to the PAP, not just in this 10 days of campaign period, but across 5 years in Parliament. As People's Alliance for Reform, PAR, we stand before you to bring down the cost of living. We stand before you for affordable public housing. We stand before you to fight for jobs for Singaporeans first. And we stand before you to control the immigration. So, vote for the People's Alliance for Reform. It's time to take back control. And it's time to take back what belongs to you. Our country, our dignity, and our future.
新加坡人、大荣八个的选民，大家下午好，我是韩慧慧。今天我们在这里和我的党，我们全部让你们有机会投票。为什么要投票？因为他们已经执政管了60多年，可是问题还是多多。请把你们的票投给我们。现在是时间，让我们进国会，把我们的民生、我们的房屋、医疗还有人权问题通通说出来。把你们的票投给我们，这样我们才有办法去国会为你们讲出你们的心声。请把票投给我和我的党，谢谢你们。Thank you very much. Please vote for us. Please vote for us in Tanjong Pagar because this is the time whereby we need to take back what belongs to us. And this is a time whereby we need to have a say inside Singapore Parliament. The PAP has been in control for more than 60 years. And there are still so many problems. Why are there so many problems? It is because of people like the PAP people out there who are doing all kinds of hacklings right now, as we all can see. PAP is not solving the problem. They are the cause of the problem. Please vote for us. Vote for change. Vote for us all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so that's Tanjong Pagar GRC. That's Tanjong Pagar where you have the PA contesting against the PAP. So going back to the thing again, this is the reason that Workers' Party gave for not contesting in Marine Parade GRC. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So what's your take on this?
Yeah, I mean, good on Pritam for highlighting the absolute travesty of gerrymandering that's been going on in this country, right? But
yeah,
I mean, also, I think props to them, right? I think the WP philosophy here is that they're only going to field strong, competent teams. They're going to focus their efforts into areas that they have a shot at winning, and that they have a shot at like really connecting with the voters and the constituents there. So I mean, I think that's a good strategy. I think that's a good philosophy. Yeah, put their efforts into into the other wards. I'm looking forward to seeing how this pans out.
Yeah. So another announcement would be Heng Swee Kiat, DPM Heng, stepping down from the politics. So he's not contesting in the seats. What do you say? Yeah, basically confirming that he's not going to contest in this general election, stepping out from politics. Yeah. So let me read. This year, I decided not to run in the upcoming election as I believe now is the right time to make way for a new team of capable individuals who are well placed to serve Singapore. I wish the East Coast team, Edwin Tong, Tan Kiat Hao, Jessica Tan, Hazlina Abu Hamin, Dinesh Vasu, Desh, all the best. I'm confident that they will serve with heart and strength, and I urge our our East Coast resident to give your strong support to them. Yeah. Well, what's your take on this? I think PJ mentioned it just now in terms of like it's so weird that this is Mr. Heng Swee Kiat is supposed to be our prime minister, and yet he's stepping down in just after one term.
Yeah, well, I mean, not just after one term, as he says, he came in 2011.
Oh yes, no. After one term of being the designated prime minister successor. Yeah.
Yeah. I think good on him. It would have been very easy for him to continue to run, and obviously he would have won. He could have been parachuted in wherever into some of the safe seats and continue to collect, his $1 million minister salary. But for whatever reason, and you have to wonder, is it just health, or is it, and there's a lot of different. This is politics. Did Lawrence Wong push out his main rival? Right, the man who was supposed to be there, not Lawrence Wong. Is Lawrence Wong securing his seat by getting rid of the person who other members of the party might rally around to replace him if things don't go well? That's something else. We have to remember these are political parties and this is politics, and it could be that it's not Heng Swee Kiat's decision, but of course they're allowing him a graceful exit.
Right.
Well, now we're looking at Seah Kian Peng, and let's never forget, I certainly won't, that back in 2018, he accused me of being a traitor to Singapore, which is a crime that carries the death penalty. And also wrote this lengthy Facebook post, not just accused me of a traitor, but he was completely unable to tell the difference between Malaya and Malaysia. And as a historian, I don't know what upsets me more, that he doesn't know basic history or that he accused me of being a traitor. But I requested an apology and he's never apologized. And now he's Speaker of Parliament and he's re-elected in a walkover. So I think he is not the kind of person who should be representing us or should be in Parliament.
And he's
I
a speaker.
to be very disappointed. Yeah, I continue to be very disappointed by him.
So Deyi would be where is this? I'm bad. Can we hear? Okay, so I believe I have to switch over. My bad.
I declare that
the election must be just.
Do we not have audio on this?
Sorry.
There's no audio. At least I can't hear audio.
Oh.
谢谢大家。
Thanks for yeah.
亲爱的后港居民们，我是林余辉，人民行动党的候选人，请投我一票，让我作为你们的代表，传递你们的心声，并为后港的未来继续奋斗。谢谢大家。Dear voters of Hougang, I am Marshall Lim of the People's Action Party. Please allow me to serve you here in Hougang and in Parliament so that I can speak up for you and your families on causes that matter to you. Please vote for me.
Mr. Dennis Tan Lip Fong of the Workers' Party, please.
Hougang 港区嘅选民大家好，我是邓立峰，是家人党嘅候选人。好，请你投家人党一票，送我一国会，推法人。Dear voters of Hougang SMC, I'm Dennis Tan from the Workers' Party. Thank you for the support you have given me in the past 5 years. Please allow me and the Workers' Party to continue to serve you in the Hougang and speak up for you in Parliament. Vote for the Workers' Party, working for Singapore. 亲爱的后港选民，我是工人党的陈立峰，感谢大家这5年来给我的支持，请让我和工人党继续在后港为大家服务，也在国会替你出声，请投工人党一票，为国效劳。
Oh, what's that?
He's a good guy. I don't know. Dennis Tan.
General election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day.
Oh, sorry. Where is
Electoral Division of Tampines Changkat. Desmond G. Ching of the People's Action Party. And Fu Sek Wan of the Workers' Party are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of
Let me
Tampines
just turn this
Changkat.
off, sorry.
I declare that the
Let's go into yeah.
Dear Choa residents, my name is Wendy Low. We have visited your house many times, and many times you've opened your doors warmly to us. But there are days when you're closed, and we know they are closed because you've been working weekends during double shifts. We know they are closed because you have been suffering from insomnia, worrying about your job loss for the last few years. And we know further that your doors are closed sometimes because you're so busy taking care of your children, working and working from day check to day check. Your doors are closed, but we see you and we hear you. But today, that door is open because we are here, we are your alternative, and we are your choice.
居民早上好，我是白永良。我们天天忙忙碌碌，除了忙还是忙，这样下去不是办法。每4年我们有神圣的一票，这一票的话，让我们听到你的声音；投这一票的话，让他们听到你的声音。还给我们一个公平、合理的国会。谢谢大家，投前进吧！
Ini masanya untuk memilih wakil rakyat yang dapat membantu anda mengatasi rintangan hidup yang kita di Singapura. Kita ikhlas dan dedikasi penuh untuk anda. Kami di Parlimen 5 tahun yang lepas gagah dan gigih. Kami rakyat untuk semua Singapura. Dan kami Parti Kebudayaan Singapura, PSP, maju ke hadapan untuk semua. Undilah PSP. Terima kasih.
தாழ்மையான வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். வாழ்க்கைக்காக மேம்படுத்த கஷ்டப்பட்டு பண்ணுவோம். உங்கள் ஆதரவு சிங்கப்பூருக்கு கட்சிக்கு கொடுங்கள். நாங்கள் நிச்சயமாக உங்க வேலை வாய்ப்புகள், வாழ்க்கை தரத்தை நிச்சயமாக ஏற்றுக்கொள்வோம். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Well, we're looking at Yusof Ishak. We should also remember Puan Nur Aisyah, who just passed away. I think she was 9.
At the vaccination center at Bedok CC, and when we save lives and livelihoods through the activation.
Sorry, PJ, could you just continue? Sorry about that.
Oh, sure. I was just saying, while we're looking at Yusof Ishak, we should just remember Puan Nur Aisyah, who just passed away at 92 or 93. Yusof Ishak's widow. Still around after all these years. Her husband, our first president, passed away in 1970, but she survived it by many, many years, and she only just passed away. So just shout out to Puan Nur Aisyah, our first lady. Rest in peace.
So now this is happening. This is Aljunied here.
Vote PNP.
Very difficult decision to make. As a team, we have the 3 essential E's: expertise, experience, and energy to deliver a better home for you. Let's work together. It's time. Thank you.
Whoa. 阿云尼的居民，下午好。我们都知道，你们后来有一个很艰难的决定，但是我们这个团队有专业、有精神、有活力，能够更为你们帮助你们 建成一个更好的家。让我们携手竞走。阿玉妮，现在就是时候了。
Saudara-saudari sekalian, selamat petang. Ia masanya untuk pasukan kami kembali ke Aljunied. Berilah kami peluang untuk berkhidmat untuk anda. Undilah PAP, undilah pasukan kami. Terima kasih.
அல்ஜுனேட் குடியிருப்பாளர்களே, மாற்றம் இப்போதே தொடங்குகிறது. நேரம் வந்துவிட்டது. மக்கள் செயல் கட்சிக்கு வாக்களியுங்கள்.
尊敬嘅Aljunied雙區嘅雙明，寧可是時候了，到 BAP 直票。Aljunied, it's time.
I'm going to remove this and let's go. Sorry. And let's go to here. Oh, my bad. Now we are.
The group from the Workers' Party, please.
Yeah, people. Let's welcome Mr. Presumption.
Residents of Aljunied GRC, in 2011, you took a leap of faith with us and elected us into parliament. In 2015 and 2020, you did it again. In 2025, we stand before you, ready to serve you and seek your mandate. In parliament, we have asked the tough questions and worked hard. We have not shied away from asking questions on matters some deem too sensitive. In your estates, you have seen the town improvements and you have seen our 5-year plans. Your estate is as good as any other in Singapore. This elections, let us keep up the momentum and let's have a more balanced parliament with more voices and credible choices. Vote for the Workers' Party, working for Singapore.
各位阿育尼集选区的选民，工人党从2011年大选以来得到你们衷心的支持，今天恳请您再为工人党投下你神圣的一票，让我们为国效劳。我们会继续在国会中成为您的代议士，为选民提问尖锐和敏感的切身问题。在未来的5年，我们会不断改进邻里的设施，改善您的居家生活，让我们共同建设一个更民主的新加坡。请投工人党一票。
Pengundi-pengundi Aljunied GRC, Parti Pekerja telah berkhidmat sebagai wakil rakyat anda sejak 2011. Terima kasih atas sokongan anda sepanjang 14 tahun ini. Kini kami minta dengan rendah hati undi anda sekali lagi. Izinkan kami mewakili suara anda di parlimen untuk menampilkan soalan-soalan yang harus ditanya. Sejak 2011, anda telah melihat perbaikan di bandar anda. Kami akan terus meningkatkan taraf bandar anda dengan rancangan-rancangan kami untuk 5 tahun yang akan datang. pilihan raya ini, mari kita bina Singapura dengan semangat baru. Undilah Parti Pekerja, bekerja untuk Singapura, bekerja demi Singapura.
I'm very excited.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the rallies, man. It was nice to hear Rhythm's loud, booming voice again.
I'm so glad Fadli is getting that chance. He's a very good man. He's really helped out civil society. He's a very caring guy. Fadli deserves to be there. He deserves to be in parliament.
支持不同的政党来做您的纪念，让大家一起为国生一起为一个透明、负责、公正、公平等保障的环境成长。请大家把手中的一票投给我们新加坡民主联盟。新加坡民主人会在你们这边鼓你们。Dear residents of Pasir Ris-Changi GRC, where SDA is your clear choice.
This is a country worth fighting for and a country worth uniting for. Our Aljunied PAP team was.
Yeah. Yo Rin Yuan of the National Solidarity Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the electoral division of Tampines. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the People's Power Party, please.
People's Power Party slogans is Make Singapore Home Again. A home is where we have the votes to decide and the choices to choose for.
Oh my God.
I welcome all the choices that Tampines voters will have in this election. However,
I'm sorry for Mr. Goh. We have to
compromise.
Yeah. Let's get it off the screen. Make Singapore home. I mean, he's got a slogan derivative of Trump? Seriously?
Yeah.
What is this joker doing?
Because Lawrence Wong is talking here. I'm trying to unmute the thing. Oh, wait. Wait. I'm sorry. Yeah, the drone went off. Yeah.
Hey, what happened to MVP?
Their MVP wasn't registered. The MVP
Did he
wasn't
still run as an independent?
No, they were still missing 2 candidates. They were still missing 2 candidates. So yeah, it was possible for them to stand.
To make Singapore your home again. Thank you. People's Power Party has no East Coast plan or Tampines plan. We are here for a very specific mission, and that's to resolve deep-rooted issue. Number 1, cost of living. Second, vaccine mandates. To all vets injured and those who have lost their loved ones, we are speaking up for you. Our supporters transcend parties line, and they are all here with us from PAP, WP, and NSP. When the law on
but they are very passionate on this this cause, this idea that you need to have representation in parliament to block this.
Today, we cluster fight here in Tampines GRC while letting in 5 ghosts in Marine Parade. Someone above is going to snuff us out into the parliament on this topic. If you vote for PAP and WP again, you are endorsing for jab or jail and giving up your bodily rights to the state. We are here to resolve issue. Make Singapore home again.
Yep. So let's go.
I mean, we're past the pandemic, right? Why is this the platform that they're running on? However passionate they are about this bizarre cause.
This is the scene where Lawrence Wong just gave her his acceptance speech for marketing duty. Yeah, just saying. That's what we are seeing here.
Has the SDP spoken yet at Marsiling UT?
I'm not that sure though. I can mute them. Okay, yeah, they're mute. Okay. SF. Let me just double check whether have they spoken? And then don't you find this is also another problem? How do you cover, right, 190 over candidates in their nomination speeches within 1 hour? Like in 1 hour to cover all of them. It's impossible for any media. So meaning a lot of candidates will be just like overlook, and then you have to rely on people going to check for themselves. Okay, that's wrong.
Let me turn off the mic. It's back. Oh, it's back, but it's okay. Yeah, I mean that's why we're supposed to have a whole campaigning period.
Right.
And it's just too short, Most countries either they have candidates have the ability to speak and get their platforms out before the formal electoral campaigning period. So there's a lot more freedom of expression. So you already know the candidates before the formal. So like here in Japan, right? That's because of that open freedom of expression. The candidates are generally well known, and there's a lot of opportunity to express themselves. So on a normal basis, even before the election, you have campaign posters, right? You can have speeches. You have people on the, giving talks at the street corner, right? Because that's part of the normal. So, that's one way of doing it. Another is like other countries, the Philippines has months and months of campaign, 3 months, right? Indonesia has like 3 months, so that people understand. Anyway, let's hear from Faisal.
Anda meminta dan menggesa Parti Pekerja bertanding di GRC ini. Alhamdulillah, pada pilihan raya umum kali ini, kami memenuhi hasrat dan permintaan anda. Jika dipilih, kami akan bekerja keras dan berusaha sedaya upaya. Berilah kami peluang untuk mewakili anda di parlimen. Undilah Parti Pekerja, bekerja untuk GRC Tampines, bekerja untuk Singapura.
亲爱的但丁尼集选区的居民，大家下午好。我们听见了你们多年的呼唤，我们来了。非常荣幸今天能同我的工人党的队友站在你们的面前。我希望在未来的5年里，给我们机会，在社区里为你们服务，在国会里为你们发声，携手共建更美好的新加坡。我恳请大家把你们宝贵的一票投给我们工人党但宾尼集选区的工人党候选人，让我们为但宾尼集选区服务，让我们为国效劳，请投工人党一票，谢谢。
Dear residents of Tampines GRC, a very good afternoon to you. For years, we have heard your call for the Workers' Party to contest in Tampines GRC. So here we are. Faisal, Eileen, Jimmy, Michael, and I are here to give you a real choice and a real voice to your daily struggles and concerns. Residents of Tampines GRC, your vote is powerful. Give us your strongest support. Tampines deserves a fresh perspective. We are ready to listen, serve, and fight for you. So, step up, Tampines. Make your vote count. Vote for your Workers' Party, who is always working for you, working for Tampines, working for Singapore. Thank you.
Workers' Party. Wait. Let me. I'm trying to turn this on. Solo.
Maybe give us some context. Who's this?
Yeah. I'm trying to unmute the thing.
Just unmute.
Many voters have stood by NSP since 1988. You know that NSP is always here for you. Tampines residents must be very happy this round that many parties are contesting here just for you. This is what democracy for. NSP believes in the multi-parliamentary system. Right? In a system, you have a driver, a co-driver, and an assistant driver sitting right behind to monitor the situation in case both fall asleep. There must be checks and balances, and just having two-party system is not the way. I believe many Singaporeans know better. Come polling day, please consider giving NSP a chance because your future, our priority. Thank you.
Salam sejahtera, khasnya penduduk Tampines dan amnya warga Singapura. NSP amat berbesar hati kami dapat bertanding lagi di Tampines. Ramai yang tahu dan ramai yang berdiri seiring bersama NSP semenjak Tampines GRC ditubuhkan pada tahun 1988. Dan NSP akan tetap bersama anda. Begitu juga kini penduduk Tampines sudah mengetahui di sini hari ini adalah pertandingan 4 penjuru. Inilah demokrasi. Dan NSP percaya kita perlu mendapatkan sistem parlimen berbilang parti. Mesti ada checks and balance dan perbahasan yang menyeluruh supaya dasar dapat diluluskan dengan baik dan sempurna di parlimen. Saya suruhkan anda semua fikirkan dengan serius mengenai akibat sekiranya ada hanya satu atau dua parti di parlimen. Saya yakin warga Singapura lebih tahu kerana masa depan anda adalah keutamaan kami.
cut off. Yeah, you muted.
Oh God.
I just want to know.
Strange analogies, this GE man.
Yes, so I just want to note volunteers there on Poi Ching. So they noted that there is no supporters for NSP and Poi Ching.
Announcement of result
and
on nomination day.
basically they were speaking to no
Electoral
one.
Division of East Coast. Dinesh Vasu Dev.
This is the PSP. PAP team.
Haslina Binti Abdul Halim. Tan Kiat Hao. Tan Sun Nyo Jessica. And Hong Chun Fai Edwin Charles of the People's Action Party, and Ko Kim Kui Natalia. Kwan Hong Wai Jasper. Paris V. Parameswari. Sufyan Mikhail Putra Muhammad Kamil. And Yi Jen Jong of the Workers' Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the Electoral Division of East Coast. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that a poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, East Coast GRC. My name is Edwin Tong, and with me is Haslina, Jessica, Ket Hao, and Dinesh. We all come from different backgrounds, but we're all bound today with a common purpose today, and that is to serve East Coast to the best of our abilities. We pledge to work hard, to listen to your hopes and concerns. We will turn your aspirations into realities. And if elected, we will serve all of you with everything that we have. And we will build a much better East Coast, stronger East Coast. 大家好，我是唐正辉，我是东海岸集选区人民行动党团队的候选人。我们和东海岸的居民同心协力，同心同行，共创未来。谢谢。
Hello, everyone. I'm Haz from the PAP. I seek your support and hope to journey and serve you and your families into the next chapter of our lives. Saya Hazlina Abdul Halim, memohon peluang, berkhidmat, berbakti demi masa depan kita. Bagai serai, kita serumpun. Bagai sirih, kita sesusun.
Hi, I'm Jessica, serving you in East Coast and Changi Sime. These 19 years has been a privilege and honor. We've worked together to tackle challenges, meet your needs, and celebrate your milestones, building a strong community. I ask for your mandate to continue to work with you towards a brighter future for all.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dinesh, and I'm back in East Coast. Actually, I've never left. From the days of the pandemic, when we had the vaccination center at Bedok CC, and when we saved lives and livelihoods, to the active aging centers, to where we are today, having coffee in the coffee shops. I have enjoyed East Coast, and my heart lies in East Coast. I will speak up for you, and I will give every ounce of my effort to help families and every one of our East Coast residents. Thank you very much.
The group from the Workers' Party, please.
This happening at the East Coast. Sorry, this happening. Yusof Ishak, yeah, Yusof Ishak happening. So we're going back.
Dear friends, the Workers' Party is back. We have never left. Today, we have a dedicated team who stands upon the hard work of many thousands of volunteers and past candidates who have worked here tirelessly for the last 20 years. We will be your voice in Parliament. Vote Workers' Party.
Voters of East Coast GRC, cost of living, housing, family are some of the key issues you care deeply about. The Workers' Party continues to give you a credible choice to work hard for you on the ground and in Parliament. Vote Workers' Party, working for Singapore.
大家好，工人党相信把权力赋予人民，我们会为你们发声。你的选票决定永远塑造未来的力量。每一把声音，每一个选择都至关重要。让我们携手捍卫民主，建设一个更加美好的未来。投工人党一票，为国效劳。
Para pengundi East Coast GRC. Pasukan kami menawarkan penduduk East Coast GRC peluang yang terbaik untuk anda mencipta sejarah bersama. Kami telah bersama-sama anda selama 20 tahun yang lalu dan kami telah mendengar keluhan anda, kebimbangan anda dan aspirasi anda. Marilah kita menjadikan East Coast GRC ini sebuah kawasan yang makmur dan berjaya dalam landscape politik tanah air kita. Undilah Parti Pekerja dan kami berjanji untuk terus bekerja untuk Singapura.
வணக்கம் சிங்கப்பூர் குடிமக்களாகிய நாம் இனம் மொழி மதம் ஆகிய வேற்றுமைகளை மறந்து ஒன்றுபட்டு நம் நாடு மகிழ்ச்சி வளம் முன்னேற்றம் ஆகியவற்றை அடையும் வண்ணம் சமத்துவத்தையும் நீதியையும் அடிப்படையாக கொண்ட ஒரு ஜனநாயக சமுதாயத்தை உருவாக்குவதற்கு உறுதி மேற்கொள்வோமாக. பாட்டாளி கட்சிக்கு வாக்களியுங்கள். சிங்கப்பூருக்காக பணியாற்றுகிறோம். Dear voters of East Coast GRC, vote for the Workers' Party working for Singapore.
This Paris is a rare kind of candidate that the Workers' Party have, where like Tamil-speaking individual.
General Election 2025.
Our volunteer over at the
nomination day.
Saying that
Electoral Division of
their
Pasir
candidates,
Ris-Changi.
the support Workers' Party supporters are now
Muhammad,
walking out
Yun
of
Kai,
the center, so it's only
Aminder
left
Pal
with
Singh, son of Gujaran Singh, and Lim Bak Chuan Desmond of the Singapore Democratic Alliance. And Indrani Raja, Valerie Lee, Sharil Taha, and Desmond Tan of the People's Action Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the electoral division of Pasir Ris-Changi. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that a poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the lot,
Oops.
3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the Singapore Democratic Alliance, please.
Why is the TVP guy, sorry, MVP guy with SDA, no?
Dear voters
This
of
is
Pasir
the guy's supposed to be
Ris-Changi
MVP.
GRC, my name is Yun Kai, and I'm deeply honored to be contesting
How
for
tall is this
Singapore
guy?
Democratic Alliance.
Uh,
Together with my dedicated team, we are here
1.9?
to provide you with clear, direct, and practical solutions that put Singaporeans first. Our combined expertise and experience means we are not just talking about things, we are ready to deliver it with efficiency and effectiveness. What sets SDA apart from others is our values. We believe in service before self and to always put Singaporeans first.
Watch out for them
We are
when they
not
adjust
there
the mic.
just to contest, but to contribute, not to critique, but to create. What others chase for quick fix and populist votes, we fight for real sustainable solutions that our people can prosper, not just today, but for generations to come. We humbly ask for your trust and support, and in return, you will experience sustainable, low cost of living, affordable housing, and a strong job security for all Singaporeans. SDA is not your second choice. We are your best choice. Vote SDA, vote for a better life.
Salam sejahtera.
You can see the mic
Penduduk
differently.
Pasir Ris-Changi dan rakyat Singapura. Inilah masanya untuk perubahan. Perubahan ada di tangan Anda. SDA akan membawa suara siapa? Suara Anda untuk ke Parlimen. Untuk melegakan keluhan sara hidup yang naik tertinggi dalam kos-kos sara hidup. Jadi dengan hujung pena kamu yang menentukan siapa yang akan menyuarakan keluhan kamu semua. Terima kasih.
白沙张仪集选区，亲爱的朋友们，你们好！是时候了，不同的政党来做你们的议员，让大家一起为国挺身，一起奋斗，给大家和孩子们拥有一个透明、问责、负责、公正、公平等保障的环境成长中。 请大家把手中的一票投给我们新加坡民主联盟。新加坡民主人会在你们身边扶你们。
Dear residents of Pasir Ris-Changi GRC, the SDA is your clear choice. You need to give us our support because we see your struggles.
The group from the People's Action Party, please.
fellow Singaporeans and voters of Pasir Ris-Changi, Desmond, Sharil, Valerie, and I are the PAP team for Pasir Ris-Changi. Thank you for your support for the PAP over these years, and we once again ask you for your support so that we can serve you, work with you, and work for you. There is so much happening in the world today. There's so many challenges facing Singapore. We need to tackle these and work together to succeed. But also, we know your concerns, your personal aspirations, your needs. We have plans for you at the national level, at the local level. But to do this, we need to be your representatives in Parliament. To do this, we need your support. We need your mandate. We need your vote. Vote PAP!
亲爱的白沙张仪集选区的选民们，大家好！我们是白沙张仪人民行动党的候选团队，非常感谢这么多年你们的支持与信任。我们这个团队会以民为本，尽我们的全力推动社区发展，照顾人群。请继续给我们你们的支持，一起携手创造一个更美好的白沙张仪。谢谢。
Salam sejahtera semua. Terima kasih atas sokongan anda sekeluarga. Kami faham kebimbangan anda tentang kos sara hidup, keselamatan pekerjaan dan masa depan anak-anak kita. Lebih-lebih lagi dalam dunia yang semakin mencabar ini. Kami akan terus berusaha memastikan setiap keluarga di Pasir Ris-Changi mendapat sokongan dan bantuan yang diperlukan. Undilah kami, undilah PAB.
It is an honor to serve the vibrant community of Pasir Ris-Changi. We will work hard to support our youth and the families living here. Together, let's forge a brighter tomorrow for Pasir Ris-Changi and for Singapore.
Coming up next, Workers' Party.
General election. Election 2025. Announcement of results.
Right, I also don't know somewhere. Spin.
On nomination day, Electoral Division of Punggol, Ao Chi Meng Jackson, Dang Pei Yuan, Harpreet Singh Nahar. Harpreet Singh Nahar and Siti Alia binti Abdul Rahim Mata of the Workers' Party, and Gan Kim Yong, Janil Putucheri, Sun Xie Ling, and Yo Wan Ling of the People's Action Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Punggol. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer is directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the Workers' Party, please.
My fellow Singaporeans, it is so good to see you. You are here because you care for Singapore and want it to be better, and you know it can be better. Far greater affordability, a better education system, proper retirement security, a fairer politics where the People's Association starts treating every Singaporean equally, no matter how you vote. After all, it's our money, right? And a parliament where your voice is heard, not just yes men. The Workers' Party is ready to lead that change. Punggol GRC voters, it is the privilege of a lifetime for Alexis, Alia, Jackson and I to step up and run in this election. This, you know, is a solid team. We will work very, very hard. We will speak up for you. We will be there for you always. So, let's make history. Vote Workers' Party, working for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored by your presence today. Vote the Workers' Party. Let us represent you. Let us be your voice. We will work with you and for you. Together, let us build a better future for every Singaporean from all walks of life. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kami mengalu-alukan kehadiran anda hari ini. Izinkan kami Parti Pekerja untuk mewakili anda. Kami akan bekerja dengan anda dan untuk anda. Undilah Parti Pekerja, bekerja untuk Singapura.
亲爱的榜额选民们，我们是工人党，我们来了。我和我的团队今天感到十分的荣幸，能够站在这里陪伴你们踏出改变的第一步。请给我们一个机会，让我们为你们的梦想呐喊，为你们的渴望发声，让我们一起打造一个更公平、更包容、更有生命力的新加坡。将我们送进国会。
Working for Singapore.
Workers' Party.
Oops. What do you think about this composition?
Yeah, incredible, rousing speech by Harpreet. And I just want to say also, just off of what we've seen so far, right? I mean, you can really see that the PAP is running on no platform. They're just giving these sort of empty platitudes of let's make Singapore better, right? And you look at the opposition, right? Time and time again, they're banging the drum, cost of living, education, housing, retirement. They're running on actual policy. It's not just words, right? They have a plan. They have a program of things that they want to institute, right? So you look at that and you tell me already at this early stage, you look at that and tell me which is the better party. I think it's clear.
Correct. As I said earlier, the manifesto is simply it's like a PowerPoint slides, very, very vague kind of statements made on what the PAP intends to do on cost of living, on immigration, on unemployment, underemployment.
Yeah. Just now when Indrani was talking about, let's make Singapore better, I want to ask, or Edwin Tong for that matter, right? I want to ask how? Like, what exactly, make Singapore better how? Like, what exactly are you campaigning on? What is the change? What is the direction, right? What kind of leadership do you want to institute? Nothing, right? It's a vote for the status quo that people are clearly disappointed with, right? It's a vote for more censorship, more repression, more of the same. I mean, it's quite lazy, right, at this point that there aren't ideas or plans being put forward. There is perhaps even an assumption of victory. So I mean, that's what you get, right? That's what you get when you have an incumbent that gets a blank check every election.
And they just simply want a real blank check where all the seats belong to them. Yeah. Can you imagine it? They would say, oh, you have 12 NCMPs. You can have 12 NCMPs, then you have nominated members of parliament. That's enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still waiting to hear some policy, right? Some issue raised by the PAP. Nothing, not yet. Right.
No.
We're almost done with the with these opening remarks, right? And nothing yet.
I have no idea why I'm streaming, because I'm still looking at this. This looks okay. I have no idea.
I've spoken about this before, but the Workers' Party, the People's Action Party would have lost the 2011 election. In a fair election, according to an academic study out of UBC, right? Because of the immigration, healthcare, economy, but up to 30% of voters changed their votes because of fear. And it's not like repression has decreased in Singapore since then. Quite the opposite. So we really have to ask, how is fear going to change people's votes again this time?
It's always the serial number or the ballot book. People think that the PAP knows that who you're voting for, and that if you were to vote against them, you will suffer at your HDB ballot, your job opportunity and whatnot. Is this all?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I mean, you don't even need to know the ballot. Just look at what happens to town councils, right?
Right.
Just
but Aljunied GRC has proven that frankly there's a limit of how much you can push there. So everyone vote. What gonna do? But you can't fix that ward forever, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why you're streaming like that. Because my TV is working fine. Let me just refresh this. Right.
各位上港集选区的选民们，下午好。过去5年里，我们盛港的工人党团队一直致力于为你们服务，为你们发声，为你们发声。我们衷心的感激你们给我们的信任与支持。我们非常荣幸能够在国会上做你们的代表，为你们发声。但是我们还是任重道远，我们还需要继续的努力，为新加坡打拼。所以这次大选，我们希望你们能够给予您的支持，给我们这个荣幸，继续为您服务，为国效劳，请投工人党一票。
The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Dear voters of Sengkang GRC, we are the PAP candidates for Sengkang GRC. We are the PAP candidates for Sengkang. For the past 4 to 5 years, my team has worked hard to earn back your trust.
We want to be your voice in Parliament. We want to work with you to improve your lives in Sengkang. Give us a chance. Vote for PAP. Together, let us make Sengkang a better home for all. Thank you.
盛港集选区居民们，过去这4年，我很高兴认识了很多居民。我们深知要赢回盛港并不容易，在此我们保证，我们会全心全意、勤勤恳恳，共同把盛港打造得更美好，让大家生活的更幸福美满。请支持我们，请投我们一票，请投人民行动党一票，谢谢。
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati, terima kasih kerana sudi datang pada hari ini untuk menyokong kami, pasukan PAP dari Sengkang. Kami telah bekerja keras dan akan terus bekerja keras untuk mendengar dan mendekati lagi diri anda. Kami fahami tentang keprihatinan anda sebagai warga negara Singapura dan juga penduduk di Sengkang. Sekarang tiba masanya untuk mengambil tindakan bersama-sama. Kami mohon sokongan anda dan juga undi anda. Sokongilah kami, undilah PAP!
I'll now say a few words in Tamil. Vanakkam. Nangal PAP Sengkang Ani candidates. Ungal ஆதரவை எங்களுக்கு கொடுங்கள். PAP-க்கு vote பண்ணுங்கள். Nandri. Support us. Vote PAP.
PAP. PAP. PAP. PAP. PAP. PAP.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Ang Mo Kio. Ridwan Chandran, Nigel Ng, Vincent Ng Kien Guan, Noraini Yunus, and Chu Lai Cheng of the Singapore United Party. And Daryl David, Jasmine Lau, Lee Sien.
Oh, sorry, my mic was off. So yes, we're cutting off live feed. Just now, what we saw is what is happening. What happened at Ang Mo Kio GRC? The event is already over. It's not really live. So now we are we got Kirsten Han Win with us. We're going to talk about this. What kind of a contest we're looking at in this general election, following the confirmation of the contesting candidates from the various political parties. Yes, I think before that, based on what we have seen so far and what has been reported, what's the biggest shock or surprise or I think anticipation you're seeing in this general election?
I think I was surprised to see that there was a walkover in Marine Parade, Braddock Heights, but then I think so Workers' Party has already put out a statement explaining that, right? And it kind of indicates the sort of all the repercussions of the electoral boundary changes that kind of cascade down for parties, especially opposition parties, because then they have to be very careful about where they put their resources. And so, I think that was a big decision that they had to make.
Correct. I think a lot of the people in Marine Parade are quite saddened to hear that Workers' Party is not contesting in their GRC. But like some members of, I think there were some who commented in the comment section that state that if anyone want to be blamed, is the resident themselves, because in the last election they didn't choose to vote the Marine Parade Workers' Party into Parliament. So it had they voted them in, so they would definitely be voting for Workers' Party still. So you can't really put the blame on political parties for not coming back to contest when the stakes are all against them. It's not as if they can go to a GLC or be hiding in NTUC for the next couple of years and then still continuing to walk the ground as grassroots leaders. So it's not the kind of advantage that opposition parties or alternative parties would have.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't blame the party. I totally blame the Electoral Boundaries Review Committee, right? And whoever was making those decisions to redraw the lines in ways that absolutely don't make sense on the ground.
Yeah. PJ would have to go off soon, so maybe PJ, you could actually chime in on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's as Priya says, completely unfair to to the opposition parties. They have very limited resources, and I think we have started to think the fact that we think of the Workers' Party, as having the resources to spread itself out and run in so many constituencies speaks very well of the Workers' Party and how it's grown in our imagination in Singapore. But ultimately, I think that this was a step too far for them. I do see them, having this meta strategy in the end of simply covering all of the eastern end of Singapore, so that no matter how you draw the boundaries or whatever, they will be able to cover it, right? But that suggests that you need the party needs to grow to a size and have the manpower and have the donations to be able to support all of that. So I think Marine Parade voters, you're disappointed now, but there are so many other ways that you can help out and participate in this election. The Workers' Party is there in all the constituencies around you, so you can volunteer with them. And if you want to see the Workers' Party there or someone contest there in 5 years' time, then you got to make sure that there are opposition parties with the capacity and the candidates and the funding to go participate, to go run candidates. So, voters don't just sit back and go, oh, woe is me, oh no, right? Remember, this is a democracy. This is an election. You are a citizen, and what you do matters. How you choose to participate matters, and the choices you make will have a big effect down the road. Okay, so I think that's all for me. I need to run. But for those of you watching who've enjoyed this, New Narrative will be launching our new book on Singapore and the important issues facing Singapore. It's called We Singaporeans Are Very Concerned, The Citizens' Agenda 2025, this Friday at the Projector. So you can get tickets. Just go to our Instagram, New Narrative, at New Narrative, or Facebook at New Narrative, or my personal account, whatever, and you can get tickets. Come and we'll have a nice discussion on the election, and you can also get our book and learn more about the most important issues facing Singapore. And if you've enjoyed all my explanations about the problems facing healthcare and housing and the economy, that's all in the book, right? All laid out nicely for you. So thank you, Singapore, for joining us. And I leave you in the fantastic hands of Terry, Sean, and of course, Kirsten, who know so much about Singapore and will take the live stream going forward. And I'll see all of you on this live stream in the next week.
Yes. So also look forward towards the interviews conducted by PJ Tam with the candidates in this general election.
Okay, thanks everyone. Bye.
Okay,
Bye.
So I'll remove you and yeah. so we are here. We're gonna be here talking about what we're gonna expect in this upcoming general election. Where are the key contest area that we look at? I believe a lot of us, we are looking really very much at the top, the big three, meaning the Workers' Party, People Action, the Progress Singapore Party and the Singapore Democratic Party, especially whether or not Dr. Chi would finally get into Parliament in Sembawang West SMC.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. What do you have anything to add on, Sean?
Oh no, yeah. I mean, I think that the fights that are going to be put up by the SDP are definitely going to be really, really interesting. It's going to be a nice rematch to watch with Paul Tambia. And looking at how close it was the last time, I think this is really something that we'd like to watch. I suppose maybe one of my worries is just how the PSP might fare, given that it's Tan Cheng Bok's last time that he's going to run. And so I think that might cause certain concerns with voters, that the party may not be able to sort of continue on after this, right? And therefore might not be worth as much as of a vote, right? Yeah. But I think, generally we're looking at some very interesting hot contests. I'm especially excited for Punggol. I think I was quite surprised that they decided to put such a big bet on Punggol, sending Harpreet Singh in there as well. So yeah, I like this. I really like this strategy by the WP, trying to gain ground in the East. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's quite resemblant to how PAP responded when Nicosia was filled in the East Coast in the 2020 general election. So they moved Heng Swee Keat over to East Coast, and while Heng Swee Keat fared poorly relatively compared to the other GRCs, one may even say that if not for Heng Swee Keat, they might Workers' Party might have won East Coast. Who knows? In this case, for Punggol GRC, it's the same thing where you have Gan King Yong coming all the way from the west, and then going over there, standing with Sun Xueling to contest against Harpreet Singh. I think they probably People's Action Party probably got wind where this Harpreet Singh will be standing, and then putting someone who's equally heavyweight to contest him and the other Workers' Party candidate, the new Workers' Party candidate.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to see if this will be the election where, Workers' Party gains yet another GRC. I think, their teams look very good, and so far, not just the new candidates, but also the manifesto has been looking pretty impressive for them this round. And I've seen a lot of more positive stuff, contrast between their new candidates and the PAP's new candidates, right? Like in terms of the comps, at least. So it'll be interesting to see if that sort of hype on social media actually translates to votes, because it doesn't always turn out to be the case. And I think when I was watching, the nomination day coverage and seeing like all the speculation of who is moving where at the last minute, on the PAP side, right? Like suddenly Gan Kim Yong is appearing here and then Tan Si Leng is appearing there. And it really kind of brought home to me the sort of inherent contradiction and like disjoint in how the politics is run, right? So like we often, because, the PAP has made, PAP government has made it that like MPs are also town councillors, and they've played so much on like hyper local issues of like, who is on the ground, who, do you see your MP, and your MP takes care of your estate, and then like on nomination day, like just shuffling them across the country like that, right? It really shows that it's not actually about the local issues, and at the end of the day, PAP also is playing the numbers game of trying to make sure they got the most seats in parliament. So these are two like very competing things, right? So either you have someone who's hyper local and taking care of you, or they're like just jumping constituencies across the country to like get a safe seat, right? So then, we are constantly trying to make decisions based on these two things that don't always sit perfectly well with each other.
That's why they keep saying that they are son of Punggol, son of like Jalan Kayu, trying to like localize. And this is the ongoing meme that's happening, right? Where people are making fun of the PAP candidates, saying of their humble beginnings. They started poor and they worked their way up, and then now they're somewhere where they are more comfortable. But then they because of their humble beginning, they would definitely be able to resonate with the normal citizen. But I think there's been a lot of videos going around saying that, hey, please stop doing that. Please stop doing that. It's so condescending in that sense.
Yeah, and I think there's a generational difference, right? So like your humble beginnings all those years ago is not the same reality that like young Singaporeans are living through today. You know, and it starts to sound increasingly like, you know, older people who are like, you know, last time I was so poor and then I could still like buy a house, then therefore your millennials are like just don't know how to save money. And it's just like, no, you're just not connected with the realities that young Singaporeans are facing today.
Correct. Back in the 80s, 90s, you're talking about like one income earner for a family, and you can pay off your HDB loan within say 10 years. 10 years comfortably, we're talking about comfortably, and still have money for retirement. So now people are just saving up for their HDB, and probably by the time of their retirement, they might be still paying for the thing, or their CPF will be depleted by then. So and more importantly, more on this topic, and on the manifesto, PAP has not given the answer on this. The whether or not how are they going to deal with the leash decay system, the problem where people's retirement are wiped out when their HDB flat reach 99 year, or even say 80 or 70 years old.
But you know who has brought it up? The SDP.
So on the verse, I believe all three big parties have actually raised Workers' Party, PSP, and SDP. SDP in particular, where I think Dr. Paul
It's part of like
Yeah, so I mean, there are a lot of proposals that cut across multiple parties. You know, there's just a lot of proposals that's being championed by everyone except PAP, basically. You know, things like minimum wage, things like exempting essential items from GST. It's a basically everyone except PAP sort of position almost. And I think that really kind of shows how important it is to have these other voices, right? Because like, otherwise the PAP is not going to bring it up. Otherwise, they're not going to look at it. They might actively want to suppress discussion of these issues, right? Because it's not in line with their policy and it's not in line with their interests. But it doesn't mean that it's not in line with Singaporeans' interests. It's actually very in line with Singaporeans' interests that we consistently bring this up. And so then that's where the opposition sort of contribution is, right? That they keep hammering on these points that the PAP would rather not talk about.
So this election is as usual being so short, 9 days till cooling off day and then polling day. Very likely the media will not cover what the boo-hoos of the ruling party incumbent. So the incumbent will just play on personality, like go like take photos with babies and go and like give out, and not to mention all the handouts. I think in particular 26th of April, where you have a lot of the $1 voucher where they would go and collect their groceries. So if I'm not wrong, there are a lot of national events that are being. There's a murky sense where these are candidates going on their non-official role as an advisor to grassroots, and then appearing in those type of events, giving out say eggs or rice, etc., which I find really questionable, because what's the difference between handing out groceries and giving out cash, as in terms of like vote buying? It's really I think they're really going more and more far in terms of how they want to control their advantage in the election.
Yeah, I agree that I think the line is really blurry, and that we need a lot more kind of clarity, transparency, and accountability in this. Like, it made me think of how like in Mountbatten, right, they're like presenting their town council plan or whatever, and then the PAP candidate goes, but this is only if we get elected because it's our plan. And my immediate question is, well, who worked on the plan? You know, who was doing the planning, who was doing the research, who did the costings, who did the report, who did the admin, and who was paying those people's salaries? Because unless he's saying that the PAP as a party footed the bill for all the staff who worked on the plan, then actually if the people who worked on the plan are employees of the town council, then the plan does not belong to the PAP. The plan belongs to the town council, and whoever wins that constituency and comes into control of the town council should be just given that plan, because it belongs to the town council. It stays there.
Correct. It's paid by the residents.
So yeah, right. So it doesn't belong to the PAP, and I mean it's a very simple concept that we have even when we work for companies, right? So like while I'm an employee of this company, the proposals and projects that I work on actually belong to the company, right? It's not like I quit then I immediately take all your clients, all your projects, all your everything, right? It belongs to the company.
Right.
In a lot of cases, right? So why is it different here?
Right. It's like PJ mentioned, it's an inbuilt kind of system to grant the incumbent the advantage, which frankly to my sense, it should be deemed as illegal. It shouldn't be allowed in the like you pointed out, where if an employee does work under the salary time, whatever work that this person do, right, should be belong to the company and not belong to the employee. So it's the same thing. You're being paid 16K a month or more if you're a appointment holder. So whatever you do in terms of planning for the town council, whatever, it should be part of the work that belongs to the resident. So the resident can choose who will succeed the work that they have paid for, and not say, okay, this person has been choose to vote this person out, and then this person take whatever stuff they have done and then say, oh no, okay, since you voted me out and this no longer belongs. It cannot be. Yes.
Yeah, so I think we have a lot of these things. I mean, fundamentally, I don't think MPs should be in charge of town councils. I think they should be separate issues. Either give the town councils back to the relevant government agencies, or you start to hold local elections, right? So then you can vote. And I mean, I think there are a lot of MPs, right, who I feel if we had separate elections, if we had town council elections and MP elections, I think there are quite a few MPs who I think are very good town councillors, but not very good parliamentarians. Like these are two different things, right? So some of them really want to serve constituents on the ground. They want to take care of municipal issues. Then they should just be town councillors. But then if they're not asking, hard questions in Parliament, if they're not proposing bills, then it's a waste of a Parliament seat, really.
Well, town councillor is essentially a estate manager, right? It is not the just take care of municipal issues, but parliamentarians are people who pass laws. So these are people who should be more active in the conduct of parliamentary activities and to be more vocal on how laws are being passed and to deliberate on the issues that all these new laws or existing laws bring about.
Well, I mean, it's two entirely different skill sets, right? I mean, if you think about if you think about like the skill of or the capacity, right, to raise good, interesting, well thought out issues in Parliament, right? That's rather different, right, than walking the ground and really getting to know the constituents and raising municipal issues. So I mean, it's a very, very odd system, and I think that we shouldn't lose sight, as much as we're thinking about the cost of living crisis and housing and healthcare, right? I think it's also an important point to think about how we're going to be pushing for electoral and political reform, right? Because this is a system that's bizarre, really.
Yeah, and a lot of different parties have brought up in their manifestos of electoral reforms that they would like to champion, right? And I mean, again, it's one of those everybody but the PAP type, because PAP never thinks that they want to propose any sort of reforms to elections or governance processes. But that's always been quite difficult, because I think like Singaporeans tend to only look at election processes and mechanisms around the time of the elections. When it's like only 9 days, it's actually too short, and you don't have time to like go, wait, back up and let's talk about the process, right? So like we only think about it that it's unfair, but then at the point that we think it's unfair, nobody has any time to do anything about it. And then for the next 4 or 5 years, nobody's thinking about it. Like we don't have any independent group that is specifically at this point in time working for electoral reform. So I think that's something that also needs to happen, and it can't just be left to like opposition parties, right? Like citizens also have to talk about it.
And what Kristen says is really right, where you need a ground movement. You need a ground movement to push for electoral reform. Because if as what we saw in the for PSP race motion in Parliament, I think it was sometime last year, where they wanted for the EBRC to be formed by an independent body and then to give more time to more time allowance, advance notice by the EBRC so that they can plan well, and it was just brushed off by a partisan approach. But if the call for electoral reform comes from the people, I think the PAP would then have to address it towards a constituents kind of thing. They cannot just brush off saying that, oh, you're just talking about your interests. But if it's the people who are asking for the change, the PP would have to try and, I think, change the narrative somehow to say why they are not doing this, they're not approaching this. Because who believes that the EBRC is non-partisan? Because all the members answer to the Prime Minister. So why would anyone believe that the MBRC non-partisan? And frankly, it's very likely that the People Action Party can dictate when the electoral boundary reviews is drawn, plus when it will be reviewed, and then they all the while having the answers to the questions close to their heart. Yeah. So maybe we could, well, I don't know. There are some contests basically we can just write off. Right? Amokyo, do you think that it's possible for them to gain any way? It's a three-way fight, It's a three-way fight between PP, People's Power Party, Singapore United Party, and then what's that? The senior minister Lee Hsien Loong of People Action Party. So I think, frankly speaking, that word can be written off. Then we have West Coast.
Which party is going to lose deposit?
Yeah. But I think in that sense, I feel it's more likely. It might be the case like the Pasir Ris-Punggol, in general election 2020, where People's Voice went to contest in Pasir Ris-Punggol against Desmond Lee's the SDA. So SDA managed to keep their deposit, and PV lost their deposit by getting about 10%. So we are looking at both. Despite PV going there for the first time, right, they got near the polls were really near. So you might have the case where both of them lose at the same time. Both of them lose their deposit at the same time because both of them it doesn't differentiate for the voters' point of view. Right, the both parties really don't differentiate from each other. So it becomes like more like a tikam for those people who don't want to vote for PAP, but they just want to vote for someone else. Or maybe you have to, maybe the party that has the name on top of the others, right, would stand a better chance because when you scroll down, you just mark the first one that's not PAP. Yeah. So that's what I'm curious. And for PSP supporter, Progress Singapore Party supporter, I think a lot of people will looking forward to West Coast Jurong West GRC, given that they nearly won in the last general election, and that they were less than 2% away from that reaching majority. And furthermore, now previously they won that score by virtue of Dr. Tan Cheng Bock, who is well known in Singapore. Now you have that GRC being fronted by Leong Man Wai and Hazel Poa. Both have performed tremendously well over the past couple of years as NCMP, and it's really the PAP making things worse for them by throwing all sorts of bricks and mortar over at Leong Man Wai, thinking that it would diminish the kind of the public support that he would have, the image that he has, but instead gave this public image of someone who would just strive on despite all the negativity and pressure that's put on him. And you can see that he has changed a lot in terms of the mannerism in Parliament from where he first first entered, and now more confident and know how to like set traps, or I wouldn't say set traps, but then position themselves not to be cornered by the ministers.
Yeah, I think we are seeing with both PSP and Workers' Party, right, that like the sort of smear campaign, harassment, sort of condescending sort of put downs don't work as well as they used to, right? Like, I think some of the things that they tried to do with Workers' Party, definitely with like the committee of inquiry and also the trial, Pritam's trial, was kind of designed to, try to make him radioactive, right? Like, then people don't dare to associate with him, and that has not happened. Like, you look at the new candidates that the Workers' Party is offering, that's clearly not happened. And I think that says something not about the PAP necessarily or about the Workers' Party, but about Singaporeans, right?
I was wondering if they would move Desmond Lee away from when West Coast to save them from a minister being lost, but I think they are taking their chances, having Desmond Lee to front the lead the team to defend the ward, the GRC from the PSP team, A team, per se. Next we go into Nishun. Nishun, we're looking at what's that? K. Shanmugam with 4 totally new faces against RDU led by Ravi Philemon. So it's a weird contest. I believe it's more of a contest of how much the voters in Nishun wants to get Shanmugam away. It's more like the UK election where the Tories. The Labour won not because the people like Labour, is simply because they just hated Tories so much that they voted for anyone else not Tories. So in the case of RDU, because their name is actually not so well known, people still view them as a small tiny party. So for them to contest against the well-known Mr. Shanmugam, it really will take a lot of grassroots work to be done, and then for them to continue contesting in the following subsequent election. Because every time you have a new political party coming in, right, it's very hard for the resident to have this mindset that you're here for the long term, you'll be here for the best of interest rather than being seen as an opportunist. Yeah,
I mean, it's definitely like, it's just Shanmugam and gang, right? Because nobody knows who all these other people are. They're very new. At least last time you could say that, Louis Ng was also very popular in Nishun, and maybe people are voting for Louis Ng. But right now, you don't have a Louis Ng anymore. So it's really just, how much do you like Shanmugam? And I think, I mean, I'm confident that like PAP will still win that ward, right? Because RDU is so small and not. And quite new to that area, but I think the vote share would be quite interesting, right? Because it would be, I mean, you would think that like with such a small, relatively new, unknown party, that he should win by a large margin.
Correct.
But if he doesn't, then I feel like that's also
and because he's a side with 4 other new faces, including a former NNP. So it's really a grade on himself. I think it's setting up this election to be a grade on himself rather than a contest against another party that's able to contest. Yeah. Then next we have East Coast GRC Workers' Party contesting, and last general election they nearly I would say they nearly got it. If not for Heng Swee Keat moving over from Tampines and promoting his East Coast plan, which has not been put in place. Although they say that a lot of things have been put in place, but frankly, all the things that they say have put in place is part of the national policies in the first place. The infrastructure that they are saying they want to build, right? It's all these are like playground, like parks. Why? How does it help the resident in terms of their like day-to-day struggle? Like, it doesn't make sense.
I mean, it was just kind of amusing to see that the PAP's political, not municipal, but their political East Coast plan was to just drop things together. He's just gone, right? It's like, yeah. I don't think he abandoned his East Coast plan so much as East Coast just abandoned him. And like, yeah, he's just like, it wasn't even announced that he's retiring. You know, he doesn't get to say his like, I was so proud to have served you all speech. Right? He's just not there today.
Well, he has made a Facebook post on his retirement, but then it's so abrupt. It's so abrupt.
Yeah.
It's not like say Goh Chok Tong when he stepped down, everyone knew it's coming. The fact that we are knowing only today on nomination day that Heng Swee Keat is not contesting in the election, right? It just tells you how abrupt the whole thing is.
I mean, like even Louis Ng, a backbencher, got to cry on camera yesterday, right? Like Heng Swee Keat is just gone.
Yeah. Tampines GRC also from Workers' Party.
I mean, that team
What do you
looks
think?
good to me.
It's a four-corner fight. What is interesting is the four-corner fight between Workers' Party, PAP, NSP, and PPP. So same as the Ang Mo Kio. Oh no, same. I believe it will be same as the Punggol East by-election, where the two contesting opposition party, alternative parties would stand to lose their deposit. I
think if you were, unless you really, really liked one of these smaller parties, it feels like people would just treat it as a fight between WP and PAP anyway. And then the other two might just end up being treated as non-entities, right? Because like if I was just a tactical voter and it wasn't like I really like PPP or NSP, then it would feel like a waste of a vote to vote for them when you have WP and PAP going at it, right? So then they just, it feels like they have been set up to lose their deposit in this way.
No, and we have to also ask, right? Any sound individual would know that if you were to go against Workers' Party, the chances of you winning would be very, very, very low. So the only reason why you're there is more of like pulling the leg of the the alternative party rather than making a educated, risk calculated approach to contesting. You see, it doesn't make logical sense, and that's why when confronted with a straight fight with, let's say, SDP, Workers' Party, PSP, most would step back, and the three parties also would not face against each other. So because they know while they do stand a chance, but having two equally capable parties going against each other is just going to benefit the incumbent. So it doesn't make sense to go into multi-corner fight, especially when you're dealing with
I mean, I was watching Goh Meng Singh's speech at the nomination center, and then he's just like, people say we are the spoiler, but it remains to be seen who is the spoiler. And I'm kind of like, read the room, man.
No, it's like how? While I respect him for like being in politics for so many years, right? But, and he is really an experienced individual. Looking at how he runs his grassroots, how he runs his, I wouldn't say campaign, but his party. I would say he is really a veteran in Singapore politics. But then, in terms of strategy, how to contest, where to contest, then really I don't really think that. It makes more sense. You just look at where he has been contesting all these years. So he went to Tampines, then went Choa Chu Kang, then went MacPherson, and now he's going to Tampines again. So he keeps saying that back in 2011, he scored this score, and therefore the residents would support him again. But bear in mind, 2011 was it's an overall it's a watershed in a sense where a lot of people swung towards the opposition vote.
And I don't remember at the time he was with NSP, and I don't remember their manifesto from that year very clearly. But I think it is significantly different from what he's offering this year, right?
and
You know,
and
we
that's
cannot bank on that.
and that's why in 2011, right, NSP is Nicosia Party. It wasn't the National Socialist Party. It was the hype brought by their candidates. The party has no play in it. It was not that people was astonished by how NSP able to run its campaign, has its grassroots or whatever. It's really the candidates that spur all the hype over NSP. And they have to thank those, yeah. And that's it. I really think the Tampines, the two other parties will lose the deposit. And I don't have no idea why they're contesting it. Aljunied, GRC, yeah, I don't think they will. The PAP is just placeholders. A suicide squad, that's being rude. It's really just contesting for the sake of contesting. The four individuals, the five people that they send, right? It's how a lot of them were introduced halfway through, or in fact, some was just like a bit less than a year. So it's really, it doesn't really bode the kind of confidence and also the what's that, the desire to win back Aljunied. Is more like hoping to keep the leaders of Aljunied in where they are, so they don't campaign out of the Aljunied GRC. Just like why it's good to have people contesting Ang Mo Kio GRC, so that back in the earlier election, so that you don't have Lee Hsien Loong going all around the GRCs to campaign for the PAP team.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite like amusing and quite rich to see the PAP Aljunied team give their nomination speeches and like, you know, it's time for change, as if they're like the underdog. And it's just no. In the broader context, voting for you is still not change. You know, like, yeah, it's yeah, nice try, but it's still not really change. But
in Aljunied, right, has even Sengkang has taught Singaporean one thing, Singaporean voters one thing. If you vote in for the alternative party, say a Workers' Party, you get double the MPs. You have Workers' Party 4 MPs, and you have the PAP for grassroots leaders. So that's a better deal. Singaporeans are so kiasu. You should be going for the better deal. Don't go for one the choice that deprive you of two times the kind of reward, in a sense. Yeah, because it's no longer pre Aljunied where people have to be worried if my ward will be deprived from so-called upgrading of facilities, because they know that this type of intimidation no longer works. So what they do is they will give more freebies rather than withhold the thing from the constituents.
yeah, and I think definitely the voters of Aljunied and Sengkang did a big thing, right? And that had an effect on all of Singapore, in that now it's really eroded the fear of voting for opposition, supporting opposition, joining opposition, and being like proudly a constituent of an opposition ward, right? Like that was something that for the longest time it was like Hougang and Potong Pasir residents holding the fort. But I think with the two GRCs, they really did a big show, and I think it was quite an impactful thing for Pritam to say when he, during his speech at the nomination center, said, your neighborhood, your estate is not any less than any other in Singapore, right? And I think that actually is a very impactful change that we've seen in Singapore, even if it might not be like super in your face all the time.
Just to sidetrack, right? This point about like having upgrading of facilities deprived of people who vote in opposition. Remember, there was a student who asked point blank to Lee Hsien Loong, if I vote for opposition, does it mean that I don't pay tax? Can I choose not to pay tax? Because ultimately I still have to pay tax. So why am my benefits being withheld simply because my constituency voted in an opposition member of parliament? So you can see he was fidgeting and had no answer for that. He just tried to smile off the thing. So that's I think a very relevant point to note. Jurong East Bukit Batok, this is contested by RDU and the People's Action Party. So People's Action Party is led by Grace Fu, Minister Grace Fu, and RDU is led. I have no idea who's leading RDU. I mean, all the four candidates, I would say, is quite equal per se. But I'm not really sure who's leading the party. So it's I don't really have good vibes or think that they have much chance in this contestation. In fact, I think RDU might be pulling themselves quite spreading themselves quite widely, having contesting Jurong East, Bukit Batok, Yishun, Holland Bukit Timah. So I'm not sure how are they going to actually cope with.
That's a lot for a small party.
Yeah. I think the best way for any opposition party is to win the SMC first. The easiest way, just concentrate all your resources on convincing the resident. Please give me a chance for 20k, 30k people. I think it's much easier than convincing 10k over people over 1,000 people. It's much easier convincing 50,000-60,000 people over 100. Yeah, it's really just scale. It's just issue of scale. Tanjong Pagar,
we always focus on the candidates, right? But behind each candidate and each team, you need like a small army of staff, right, to help you coordinate, to help you do the groundwork and walk about, and that's a huge amount of resources. So I'm quite surprised that RDU, do they have enough manpower to cover that much ground? Because that's a lot of big GRCs.
9 days.
I'm guessing that perhaps the strategy here is to get some face recognition going on, right? That at least, there's some kind of rapport that's built up, some kind of familiarity that the candidates can build. So maybe not this election, but maybe next election, right? Or maybe over time, the RDU becomes larger, it grows from strength to strength. So I think that's maybe the idea, but God bless them, man. They're spread really thin. I think everybody's working overtime.
They're taking Tan Feeling's advice. Don't think of the salary, but just the exposure.
But parties like RDU have to really think about what would happen in the next general election. Supposedly, if PSP does win, do win the West Coast GRC, would they expand over to Jurong? Because then, right, it would be very hard for RDU to convince the resident that, oh no, we contested here in the last general election and therefore please support us. But because for the resident, they would say, I would prefer PSP who is coming over to contest because they have a seat in parliament, they have exposure. This is going to be a big problem that a lot of the smaller parties will face. And that's why this general election, they must get at least an SMC, because if they do not get into parliament, very likely you will see Workers' Party, SDP, PSP all expanding out from their home bases to the different RCs, and it's very hard for the other parties to land a stake. They could go into multi-corner fights at what we are seeing today, but then it's very likely when they contest, they'll lose their deposit. Yeah, there's no two way about it. Yeah,
that really, and I think that really puts the pressure, and I think that's something that all political parties in Singapore should think about anyway, right? But I think it really puts the pressure on, especially these smaller parties, to be very clear about what they stand for and why they actually exist, right? So if all these bigger opposition parties are going to slowly gain ground and come for your territory, then you better be able to explain why you are different from them. Because if you cannot explain why you are different from them, fundamentally, if your policies are all somewhat in the same ballpark, then you cannot explain why you are significantly different from them, then logically you should just make way, because otherwise you're just splitting the vote, right? If you can't justify your existence. So I think it really becomes very important for smaller parties to have very clear principles and values and political ideology, and be very clear about what they are offering to Singaporeans. That's different, right? That's fundamentally different. So even if, say, SDP or PSP or Workers' Party comes to an area where these smaller parties used to be. They should be able to explain to voters why, yes, I am smaller, but I am offering you a different choice, right, from both PAP and whichever other bigger opposition party is coming. And if you cannot answer that question, then your party should probably consider folding and directing your efforts somewhere else.
It's just simple marketing, isn't it? Because you have to differentiate what you're selling to your competitors. If people cannot see the difference, they will go for the one that is of better quality, of the better branding. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for people to say, okay, I want to go for NSP and not SDP. This is the contest in Sabah. Yeah. So okay, Tanjong Pagar as GRC. I think again, I don't think we have a fight there. Your Tanjong Pagar GRC, if I'm not wrong, you're talking about Prabu, Han Hui Hui, and two other chaps. I don't remember their name. So it's actually quite. I don't see them having the chance of winning the against Chan Chun Sing. Well, as much you like to say about Chan Chun Sing, like being a meme figure. He is still, I think, well liked within his community. He does appear a lot in the grassroots activities and whatnot. Whereas for the incoming competitors, they have not been seen on the ground by the residents. Like Han Hui Hui, it's she lives in Nishun, if I'm not wrong, Nishun GRC. So it's quite weird that she's appearing there. Although she did contest, I think, in Radin Mas previously.
Radin Mas, yeah.
Yeah, but then I think she lost a deposit, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so it doesn't make sense. Sembawang GRC, so it's a three-corner fight between NSP, NSP, SDP, and PAP against. So PAP is headed by Ong Ye Kong, and the other team members are relatively the same, whereas SDP's team members are veteran members of the party, whereas for the NSP team, the thing about NSP, right, is that you go and you scroll through their social media. For the past 5 years, other than making coffee shop visits and then festive posting, right, they don't really say much. Like when 2020, when the GST hike took place, various political parties, RDU or even PPP, mentioned about how this is unbecoming. You're putting stress on people's life. NSP just let it grow like that without saying anything. So I think that really tells you a lot about what the party stands, or how the party approach this political campaigning, where I only campaign when G is here and not during this process. It does not evoke confidence in the party at all.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't suggest that they have enough people or resources to be active at any time except for the 10 days of election, right? Like, it doesn't look like outside of elections they are a functioning party. So then I think that that's really not very encouraging.
Yeah. And Marine Parade Heights, as we discussed, unfortunately, walkover. I mean, that's too bad. Well, we can look at one thing, which is the resources that Workers' Party save from not contesting Marine Parade Heights means that they have a higher chance of winning in the other GRCs that they're contesting. I think this is probably the kind of strategy they're looking at, because I'm not really sure that I can win the Marine Parade Heights GRC, especially with the gerrymandering involved. So rather than take this risk, I would rather save my money on the rallies and all the campaigning, printing, etc., and then put my limited resources on the places that I think I have a better chance.
Yeah.
I think probably that will be the ultimately politics about getting your way into parliament and not contesting for sake of contesting, like a lot of parties.
Yes.
What I think a lot of parties are doing, contesting for sake of contesting. So long they don't lose their deposit. Sengkang GRC, again, I think it's very likely that they will retain the seats. The competitors coming from PAP also feel like, although they say they are not fly by night, but I really think that they're just haphazardly gathered. But they're still doing a lot of stuff, which is going through the PA People's Association, being advisors, showing their face in EduSafe handouts, and all this HDB events and whatnot, which is ridiculous. Where your elected MPs cannot turn up, but then you have all this PAP annotated grassroots advisors to turn up and then give out the awards, and which spurred Pritam Singh to come out and say, "Hey, are you sure or not?" to rebut what Dr. Lam said about PAP being underdogs in Sengkang, under-resourced. Yeah.
Yeah, I think PAP constantly just treats not being the incumbent as being the underdog, but they're like two separate things, right? You can be not the incumbent MP, but by no means is any PAP person an underdog in the Singaporean context.
Punggol GRC is also the other interesting place to look for. I think Sean mentioned where you have all the new candidates going there and contesting. I remember Haptep is going there. Eileen Chong is also going there, if I'm wrong. Yeah, correct. So you have all this really inspiring individuals, and I think what we will look forward is for their rally speeches. It's something. It's been 10 years since. Yeah, right. It's been 10 years since we had rallies. So the only legal political assembly that you can have as a Singaporean in Singapore, where other than election, everyone will be arrested or investigated for illegal assembly. Yeah. So I think that's why a lot of people are hyped up to participate in the rallies, because it's very rare that you can join physically to a location, fellow Singaporeans talking about political issues and then cheering out for the people that you support. Yeah, that's Punggol. I think there's a lot of things that we are looking forward to hear from the candidates there. Holland Bukit Timah, RDU, I also don't think, even as much controversy that Dr. Vivian Krishnan is involved in, I don't think RDU would find it any easier to compete with him, because after all, he's still a minister. Held ministerial appointments for many years. Also has been active in the grassroots activities. And Holland Bukit Timah is such a huge place. If you don't have the resources, you don't have the grassroots, which I think RDU, as much as they try, they don't have that kind of skill. And not to mention, RDU just took up this GRC probably 2 weeks beforehand. So I don't think they would have the ability they had the time to walk the ground even once. So for them to cover enough grounds in this 9 days and to convince them to jump ship, I think it's going to be a very tough fight. Then you have Marsiling UT. Maybe Sean, you would like to talk on this, given that Arifin is contesting there.
Well, I mean, it's definitely going to be a very interesting fight. I'm personally quite interested to see Arifin run, right? I mean, he's no stranger to the political scene. I mean, I think he first got involved, I think when he was 15, 16, right? He was really, really young, and then now it's really wonderful to see kind of like how he's blossomed into this candidate, right?
Oh.
I mean, that's it. We're all under no illusions, right? That this is, it's
Okay.
not gonna be a
Sorry, just to correct. I was corrected. So Punggol is Alexin Dong and Dang, and Tampines is Eileen Chong. Sorry, I made a mistake. Yeah. So back to you, Sean, about Marsiling UT. I think I was talking to Arifin. I think if SDP were to stay there, constantly contesting, I believe that might be a change. Although they will not win in this general election, but then with the youth in Sembawang, they might be able to convince them to swing towards the SDP side. especially when we talk about the issues, the cost of the issues that face the youngsters, generally the young generation, right, is not being addressed by the current the policies by the incumbent government, and we all know that a lot of the votes that goes to the incumbent, right, comes from the seniors who always have this sense of gratitude, have this sense of because PAP brought us out from the fishing village to the modern city, and therefore we always have to thank them for this, which I think the youngsters don't hold this sense of I wouldn't say unjustified gratitude, but then again, it's really overwhelming. I don't think you have to come to a point where you it's like the CEO, even if, right, the CEO brought you through, say, 20 years of prosperity, right, but the next year they fail to meet target, right, you sack the person, right? It cannot be because the CEO has done all these good things over the past 20 years, and therefore we would still say, oh, because you've done so well in the past 20 years, right, you flung this year or the next year, it's okay. We are grateful to you, and therefore we keep you in the job. It shouldn't be. It should be if you're unable to perform, you're unable to deliver, then just change a better player. There's no need to have this sense of gratefulness, and therefore I will vote you because we have to thank you for it. And I believe that's why in 2015 we have such a swing back in support of PAP, because people felt that there's a need to thank Lee Kuan Yew for all the so-called contribution that he made, even though he has dead. But they see there's a need to show a symbolic sign of thank you to the party that he founded. Yeah,
I think for
and I like to
for Marsiling UT, what's also interesting is it's not just a question about winning or losing, right? Like I think we're all pretty sure that PAP is going to win Marsiling UT, but it's not just a question about winning, because Lawrence Wong is in Marsiling UT, and it's his first election as PM, right? So then the vote share of like how much he wins is actually very important. Like we all know he's gonna win, but like then the question is by how much, and it had better be good, right? Because like if it's like Heng Swee Keat last time who won but by such an embarrassing margin, then that's not good, right?
Right.
So then that will follow him around for ages, right? So
for at least the next 5 years, yeah.
yeah. So then the question is also, well, then he's gonna need to win big, and if SDP's team does well, Arifin, Arifin doesn't have to go around telling people that he has a baby face, because he is genuinely young. Then that really says something, right, about what Singaporeans feel about the PAP and the direction that we're going, and what sort of fresh ideas we need.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to say that, like, Arifin is for me a breath of fresh air, right? Because he's as far away from a sort of like paper general bureaucrat, went to all the top decorated schools and all of that. Those kinds of individuals that we find with the PAP, right? I mean, you have here an individual who, yes, he's a lawyer and accomplished in his own right, but he's young, and let's not forget he was a meme page admin, right? So he comes from a very interesting background. I think he has a lot of very interesting perspectives. I think he represents sort of a young digital electorate, and I'm just very excited to see what he brings to the table. What are the issues that he's going to raise, and then more broadly as well, having Arifin as this asset for the SDP. I'm interested to see kind of like how this might attract sort of younger voters or younger candidates to come in to run. How it might change maybe to some extent, or affect the youth wing or the way that the party progresses. So this is what PJ was saying just now, right? I mean, like, breath of fresh air, interesting new people, more diversity, novel ideas, right? I mean, that's what we're really looking for, right? That spark, that excitement, that newness, right? That real capacity or possibility of change in politics.
I haven't checked. Is Arifin the youngest candidate in this current?
I think that the independent, there was a...
Is it
younger?
In Radin Mas? Is he younger?
Yeah, I think he's younger. I'm not wrong. But like by a couple of years, not
Mm.
much.
But it's great. It's great that like he's stepping up as well.
Larry, you're muted.
Yeah, so we also can't discount the other candidates as well. So like we have Jijin Wong, who's like very what is it? Very Li Bihua. No, Li Bihua. So it's right. Articulative in the Mandarin, where I think it's been a long time since SDP has such a candidate where they can reach out to the Mandarin speaking community, because all the while their candidates are more English spoken or Malay orientated, but so now you have someone who's more attuned to the Mandarin speaking voters. I think that's where she could bring in some strength to and then to push down the votes of for the Prime Minister. Jalan Besar, I don't think there's any fight there as well. Even though like Josephine Teo is like so unlike being involved in this this NRIC disclosure controversy.
Then let's not forget also the recent comments about when she was giving that speech, and then suddenly she said, "Oh, can you call MINDEF to go and stop the flights?" Like
it's so long. It's so extra.
I think it's just tone deaf, right? I don't think she realizes it, right? But that's how assumed the power is, right? That's how assumed that natural aristocracy is, right? It just sounds and it reads in poor taste.
Yeah, I think she didn't realize how bad that sounds by complaining about the jets. Residents in Sengkang, Punggol would say that I hear that on a daily basis, and maybe the jet might be even longer. And we pointed out, mysteriously, we pointed out that Heng Shi Hao was the one who said that, we tried our best to minimize this thing, and she's telling him to go and shut the jet up. So it's really weird. I mean, how they don't practice what they preach. Bishan Toa Payoh GRC, where we have SPP against PAP. It's a straight fight, but then again, it's still a very, very tough fight because SPP, although they have been contesting the ward for many years, the grassroots action over at that GRC has been quite lackluster, if I were to say. Although you don't have much change of candidates, but then you don't really have much of a presence. I think many of the people in Bishan Toa Payoh, I think, would prefer another party to come and contest, preferably say from the PSP side. It's nothing much to say. Again, just like Jalan Besar, despite it being despite it being helmed by a minister who's not so well like Chee Hong Tat, so you don't have a party that voters say, can I vote for Chee Hong Tat, or should I vote for this party that I don't need? It's like it's really a very tough choice for them to make. I'm sorry, but Pasir Ris-Changi is contested by Workers' Party, right? Is it? It is, right? Or it's no SDA. I'm bad. My bad. Yeah. So the Workers' Party did not go to the. It doesn't make sense for Workers' Party to go to Pasir Ris-Changi if they gave up Marine Parade. Yeah. It's so we're gonna see Indrani again for the next parliament. Yeah. Yeah. I think out of the four, I think it's really Indrani. That I don't want to see her again. From PAP. Choa Chu Kang GRC is a very interesting place where we have now Tan Si Ling over at the ward, all the way from
across the country to get there.
Yeah, all the way from the east to the west. This guy has never, I believe, never been in Choa Chu Kang before. I've never seen. I lived there for 20-30 years. I've never seen him in Choa Chu Kang before. So for him to go there and then be an anchor minister. I really don't know why that they think that this is a good choice, or the idea is more of Gan Ping Yong to contest at the Punggol side. So they don't care about Choa Chu Kang. They are more concerned about the Workers' Party team, or they think that the PSP team is not strong enough, so Tan Si Ling should be enough to fend them off. I don't know. Any take on this?
I think that probably is the case, right? That they are much more worried about Workers' Party in Punggol than PSP in Choa Chu Kang.
Yeah.
So and Lawrence Wong works more closely with Gan Kim Yong, so he's more keen to like have somebody that he works well with.
So meaning if Tan Si Ling goes, it's fine for Lawrence Wong. Yeah, I mean, who knows? No? Who knows? Bukit Panjang SMC. Okay, so we're now at SMC. Bukit Panjang SMC. Paul Tambaya, Dr. Paul Tambaya. Yeah. So we I think it's really hopeful that a lot of voters are very hopeful that Paul Tambaya can. We will see Dr. Paul, who's such a professional figure, where a learned individual. It's like international renown. To be going to Parliament, and of course, Liang Eng-hwa is a very good MP. Many residents has attest to the good work that Mr. Liang has done. But then we have to consider, like having Mr. Liang in Parliament versus Dr. Paul in Parliament, right? You immediately can see there's a huge difference where not. Mr. Liang in Parliament would be business as usual. Okay, at most, Mr. Liang would write the referral letters in the MPS, but that's all. But if you have Dr. Paul in Parliament, I think it's like Leong Man Wai, but then in a very different manner, where you just keep on asking the pointed question to the government. Yeah. What do you think that?
This is a situation where it would be great if Singaporeans could vote separately for town councillors and for MPs, right? Then you could vote for Liang Eng-hwa to be your town councillor and Paul Tambaya to be your MP, rather than having it be one thing.
Well, maybe we would go back to the Aljunied case similarly, where Paul Tambaya will become the MP, and then you have a perpetual PAP grassroots advisor. They're taking care of the other municipal issues. Yeah, so it's buy one get one free. So yeah, people in Bukit Panjang do consider. Yes. Potong Pasir, you have a three-corner fight. Potong Pasir, you have Williamson, Lim Tian, and then the PAP new candidate taking over Sito Yiping. What do you think? As in, I don't think SPP, although SPP has a long legacy in Potong Pasir, but the candidate might not be that well known to many of the voters. Even though Williamson has been part of the party for many years, but you don't really see him on social media. You don't hear him on anywhere. So there might be a worry that despite SPP being the I wouldn't say incumbent, but the long-standing opposition party there, they might even lose their deposit. There might be a chance, So I think that's the worry. If I'm SPP, that's the thing I will worry, because it's losing is one thing. Competing against a party that comes in and losing my deposit, that means your party is gone, right? It's going to be hard.
I think Sito Yiping has kind of built a base for himself in Potong Pasir, and like honestly, just ahead of the GE, when I was looking up which parties, I actually had to go and check if SPP is still an active party, because it seems like it felt like they have been so quiet for so long, right? So like, I'm not sure. Like definitely there's still some party brand from Mr. Chiam, but I'm not sure how much that brand is going to stick, right? And then personally, I feel like Lim Tian should lose his deposit, but it feels like it would be difficult for both opposition parties.
I mean, Lim Tian is walking over from Jalan Besar. going over to Potong Pasir. So I think he wants to remain in this area. Maybe that's the strategy, you know, build a foothold here or something. I don't know.
Well, I think a lot of the supporters of Lin Tian has been talking about this, where he can't find fellow competing candidates. So, example, like when he contested in Jalan Besar, he as controversial as he may be, he still seen as someone who can carry his ground, whereas hold his ground. But the other three candidates, accompanying three candidates, it's hard for the voters to see that that they are of any value. It's not as if this is a PAP minister. If a PAP minister, they will say, "Oh, it's a PAP minister," and the three other it can be anyone. We will still vote in. But if it's an alternate party, right, they expect all the candidates to be people of a certain substance. So if you're contesting as a SMC, a single seat constituency, then it will be more of a personality kind of thing, where it's the individual. And so I was trying to touch on what Kirsten mentioned about Cham Si-tong. My view is that people supported Cham Si-tong as an individual, as a MP who, as the person who cared for the resident. They don't really give much thought to the the parties, the political party. So to them, right, SPP is not equal to Cham Si-tong. For them, they are supporting Cham Si-tong, but they're not supporting SPP. That's my appreciation after watching the election for the past two rounds. Yeah. So about Lim Tian, I think we have to see, because he's really vocal on social media. She has a lot of following, but that translate to support in the resident in Potong Pasir? I think that's really hard to tell. People, opposition figures need to understand what you see online might not be what you see on the ground. Especially a lot of seniors don't watch on social media. Don't
and I mean, just remember that he got trounced by Josephine Teo 5 years ago, right? Josephine Teo, one of the most unpopular, if not the most unpopular MP. I mean, no lah. I don't think that online presence and the online brouhaha translates to anything on the ground.
And in fact, I believe for the Gen X millennium, they don't really have a good impression of him. It's more of the so-called seniors who think that whatever he say has sense. He's a very good orator, so he could hold his ground, say a lot of stuff. But then again, for the youngsters, I think they can separate what is being theoretical and what is being theoretical, practical, and then what's just pure rhetoric. It doesn't really work out in practical sense what he's saying, and able to conduct proper grassroots activity is one of the telltale signs. Because if you say a lot of stuff, but you're unable to translate into actual grassroots, that means real foot on the ground, it's hard to take what you say in on a face value. Because I will give a lot of discount, because you say that you are able to do all this stuff, but you can't even have your party run in what's that? Do you know that a lot of the members went to PV? A lot of the members from PV went to the People's Power Party. So there was a huge exodus of members. So this thing really doesn't really bode well in terms of how he's able to run his political party, and whether or not and how that relates to his ability to lead or to carry himself in administration. So it's a lot of fluff. That's why.
So I mean, speaking of people who say things that are tone deaf, right? Lim Tian made this comment about how the PAP's gone barking mad because they're so concerned about the tariffs and they're not concerned about cost of living, right? And the reaction was just overwhelming, which is, how do you not draw the link between tariffs, international trade, and cost of living? I mean, what sort of argument are you presenting here? Yeah, no. So I'm just wondering, like, what Lim Tian is trying to say, right? Like, what a bizarre argument to make. That the government has gone off its rockers on the tariff issue. They should be focusing more on cost of living. I mean, it was a bizarre comment to make.
I
Yeah.
understand where you're coming from. So it's
Yeah.
I think the way how he should address this should I think he's trying to lump everything together, because while it's right that the People's Action Party is trying to use the tariff wars that the US has initiated as a reason to bring in the fear factor of the voters, but it's right to say that this thing would cause other issues such as unemployment or increased cost of purchase, because everyone's actually raising their raw material costs due to whatever is that happening in US. But it should not lump in over together such that it writes off all the concerns that people would have on the matter. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So but yeah, that was them. But really, as politicians, sometimes you're just going to pure rhetorics. Jurong Central, I don't read also. Jurong Central, if I'm not wrong, Kala is contesting there. RDU of Kala is contesting there. Is she? I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's contesting in Jurong. It's CRL Chuan. So I believe
Wu, right? Should be
yeah. Could you help me to check if who's contesting in Jurong Central? Because I've not seen the thing. Jalan Kayu is Workers' Party versus PAP. Jalan Kayu is Workers' Party's new candidate going over to Jalan Kayu, which is very interesting. Again, Jalan Kayu borders Sengkang GRC. So it is it is very typical for the Workers' Party to be doing this, to contest the wards that is adjacent to their wards, such that if gerrymandering were to happen, there's not much of an issue following to campaign or to walk the ground forward. Hougang, no issue, don't have to talk about that. Queenstown, I think Queenstown is something that is a SMC. I think it's a waste, where the People's Alliance for Reform insisted on sending its candidate to contest in the SMC, where Ishak Raju J wanted to contest there as an independent, but PA simply so PA say that they went into a discussion and J decided to back off and allow PA to go for a straight fight with the PAP. But then again, you look at the candidate from the PA. I'm not sure whether he has the gravitas, he has the ability to bring in volunteers or residents to campaign on his behalf. I'm pretty sure what will happen in the next 9 days is him, one person going around knocking doors and saying, "Oh, please vote for me," and you don't have a entourage of supporters following. Yeah, you're gonna be joke. Of course, he won't lose his deposit given historically no straight fight. Do we have people losing their deposit? 12.5%. But it's a wasted opportunity. We could have seen an independent win. We could have seen an independent win in the next election. Wait. Okay, so I think for the rest of the wards, right? Do you think that any other things? So, like example, Sembawang West, Tampines, Changkit, you think all this contested by PSP and Workers' Party would SDP and Workers' Party will have any chance before we round off for today's live stream?
I hope WP has a good chance in Tampines Changkat. I hope that it will go well for them, because it does seem like a strong team. And hopefully, that giving that expanding in that way, I hope that would be a good result for them.
I do think that for Tampines residents, right, they have been really asking for a long time, right? Please come and stand in my GRC, because they have been forced to vote for NSP for many years, because it's only NSP who's contesting there. and now you're having a four-corner fight at the GRC, and unluckily you have a straight fight here at Tampines Changket. Yeah, so with that, I don't really see much question coming in from the residents. Wait, Sarah. Oh yeah, so thanks David for sharing in. Yeah, so we are seeing a contest in Jurong Central SMC with Xiao Chen and Kala. Previously it's Emily, who's from RDU contesting, but they're due to their own party arrangement, Kala is coming in to contest. Kala was previously from Jalan Kayu SMC. She was campaigning there for the past 2 weeks, and she's now contesting at Jurong Central. Well, we will see whether or not there will be any fighting chance over for RDU. So before we sign off for today, let me see. Before we sign off, let us just remind you, we're going to do the live stream on a daily basis with interviews with the candidates from tomorrow onwards. So the host would be Sean Francis here and Dr. PJ Tam. Starting from 12 p.m., 12:30 p.m. till around 6:30 to 7 p.m. Before we go on to the rallies. So if you have any suggestions or if you have any questions along the way, just put it in the chat. We will try to address as much as possible, or just simply write into us through our email. So before we turn off, do you have any parting words, Ms. from Francis and Kirsten?
I think it's going to be hectic. It's going to be a hectic 9-10 days, and I think it will be very interesting to see what will come out of it. It's such a hotly contested election, and I think it really tells us a lot about how Singapore is changing. So I'm really interested to see how it turned out.
I think going into this election, my suspicion was just that this, dangling of carrots really might not be as effective this round, right? Given, I think that generally the electorate, I think, is interested really in structural and systemic change, right? And I think we are seeing that today as well. If you look at the short speeches that were given right after nomination day, there was so much focus on policy by the opposition, and then not very much of anything really coming out of the PAP, right? So I think if this tract of messaging, if this mode of messaging continues, I'm quite hopeful. I think that the opposition may make serious ground. They may be able to really present themselves as a strong alternative with a clear vision forward. And I think that could lead to a good result. Yeah.
Okay, so for me to sum up, I think for this election, people are going to focus on the key aspect of cost of living, the employment, immigration, and also I believe people realize that you can't give a blank check to the PAP. There needs to be some check and balances, and in a way, right? The way how Workers' Party has fielded itself, and also the other parties, the more credible parties, right? It's pretty hard to imagine how you will see a new government coming in on the 3rd of May. The more likely outcome would be to have more seats coming from Workers' Party, or whether or not the 2 NC MP would finally become full-fledged MPs, and whether the leaders of the SDP will be voting in their respective SMCs. So it's really not election to consider there will be a change of government. There will be no freak election. It's more likely whether or not people would vote for more check and balances in the Singapore Parliament this time round. So please don't have this this wild thoughts that PAP will be voted out. It's possible. That's why we went through the whole list to say no, it's not possible. You don't have the candidates to convince voters that okay, it's time to change the government, because you don't have the full slate of people. Even Workers' Party understand, and the number of seats that are contesting, I'm not really sure you would see even meeting the to write off this two-third majority. Right, I'm not sure whether or not. So, let's see. Moving on, another 8 days to King of Day, and along the way, we would just try to interview as much of the candidates so that you would know more of who they represent, what they represent, and how would they want to or go forward, move the political development. Yeah. So thank you so much for being here with us, and we will see you again tomorrow at around 12. So it's so yeah. Bye bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Right.